and then we can get with our lesson on the Uttara Bhadrapada. So over to you, Uchi.
गणानां त्वा गणपतिं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पत आनुशृण्वन् नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्रयम्बकाय त्रिपुरन्धकाय त्रिकालग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। ॐ नमः शिवाय।
Thank you very much, Deity. That was wonderful. So let's get started with today's discussion. Usually our sessions go very long, and just before we got started, also we were getting into some discussions on things that probably we will discuss later on when it comes to the Bhadrapadas. But let's go to understanding what a Bhadrapada is, because I like to go and discuss about some concepts of Bhadrapadas, and then I think Dr. Togi and Dr. Kanholy, Santhip, Krishnan, and Deity will be able to give you more details about it. But today I did a little more study on the deities of Uttara Bhadrapada, because these two Rudra deities are very fascinating and very mystical. There's not much information that is there. So I did some deep dive to see, and so I will share some of those insights that came across. Okay, let's go to understanding Bhadrapada. The word Bhadra, I will go and now talk a little bit about Bhadra. Now, you have commonly seen the word Bhadra in Sanskrit has various meanings, but I will try to say what Bhadra is, and then you can probably attach a deity associated with the word Bhadra. So, Bhadra means goodness, gracious, auspicious, excellent, kind, dear. So these are some descriptions that you can take all of them together. Okay. Then it also says in the Sanskrit dictionary that Bhadra means fair, lovely, beautiful. That's another set of keywords. Then the third set of keywords that I came across is lucky, fortunate, blessed, prosperous. Right? Again, that is another set of keywords. Then Bhadra also means good in or skillful in. You are skillful in certain kinds of art or fine arts or something that you do, your skills. So these were some of the descriptions of the keywords. Now, Bhadra in Sanskrit also means, which I didn't know when I was doing my deep study, I found out Bhadra also means gold. Okay, Bhadra also means the cow. So if I have to summarize all of this, beautiful, lucky, prosperous, auspicious, there could be only one goddess that comes to your mind. What is that goddess? Related to gold, beauty, dear, fair, auspicious, what deity could it be? It's Mata
Well, I was
Lakshmi.
just
Lakshmi ji.
yeah, that's
Yes.
right.
Okay. Mata Lakshmi will definitely show you all of these traits of Bhadra. So Bhadra is auspicious, and prosperous and everything. So this nakshatra, of course, has a connection with Mahalakshmi, Mata Lakshmi as well.
What about
Now,
Lord Vishnu? What about Lord Vishnu?
I will come to that. I will also say why Lord Vishnu is also associated with this nakshatra.
Yep.
Then I came across some more things that are associated with Bhadra. The celestial Ganges, before it came to the earth, was called Bhadra. Okay. Then now I'm coming a little more deeper into things. Bhadra is also the month. Do you know which month is Bhadra in the solar calendar?
Bhadrapada, correct?
The Navaratri or something, right?
August or September would be.
August, September. Yeah, Bhadrapada.
So people used to call the month of August or September as Bhadra, Bhadra Masa or Bhadrapada. Okay. Okay. Then there are certain trees also associated with them. In Sanskrit, Bhadra means it is a silver fir tree, European fir tree, not a fig, fir tree, silver. In Sanskrit, also the Indian deodar tree, what we call the cedar or the cedar tree, right? Deodar, we call it. That is also called as Bhadra. And one more tree is also called as Bhadra by the ancients, which is called Kadamba tree. Fascinating, because what I see is this nakshatra is connected to very strongly with trees, because it is connected to the Mula Tattva. Okay, let's park that to the side. So now we have seen all of the different themes of Bhadra. Now I want to say Sanskrit also says in a specific context, Bhadra is iron and steel. Now you will see the contrast. One is gold, other thing is iron and steel. Now I want to say the word Bhadra in the Tithi concept, in the Karana concept, Vishti Karana is also called as Bhadra. And Vishti Karana is associated with Saturn. We were just talking as before we got started. Amongst the Mahapurushas Yoga, Bhadra Mahapurusha Yoga is connected to Mercury. However, Mercury gets debilitated in Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. But still in the Mahapurushas, it is called as a Bhadra, isn't it? So, also, when you see the next thing, so now this is clear. What is Bhadra? And Bhadrapada, auspicious feet. Now, whenever we come to the combination stars, which are we saying? The Purva and the Uttara. See, whenever we see Purva Nakshatras and the Uttara Nakshatras, there is some common themes that are associated with them. You will see all Purva Nakshatras are called as a Brahmana Varna, which means they are connected to Brahmins, priestly caste. Uttara Nakshatras are all connected to Kshatriyas, which is the warrior. They're always coming in pairs, whether it is Purva Falguni, Uttara Falguni. Okay? Purva and Uttara are the right, especially from this part to your elbows. This part is called as the Falguni. So Purva is the right and Uttara is the left. Not the wrist, only the arm, the forearm from your elbow. Now, Purva Shada and Uttara Shada, it is connected to the hip region. One is the right hip Purva and Uttara is the left. And when we come to the Bhadra Padas, it is between your knees and your ankles is the Bhadra Pada. Okay? So that would be the Purva and Uttara, the right leg and the left leg. Now, whenever we go certain rituals you see whenever we enter a temple. Okay. My mother and my grandmother always used to say when we enter a temple, with your right foot in. So when you're getting inside a temple, your right foot should go in first. Like it is the Purva, which goes in first. While you are exiting, they used to say, put the left foot outside first before you exit. Now, I don't know how many of them would be following this. So always entering the temple, as you go through the main dwara of the temple, and there is usually a big thing, you have to lift your leg and put it. It's like a big foot going in, because it's not like just you walk through. Usually at the main temple, the main dwara, there is a big step which is there, and you have to cross the step and put your foot in. So Purva is the one which is, when you are entering the temple, Purva is the initiation where you are, it is, see, all the Purva nakshatras are Ugra. Ugra. Okay? They are fierce. All Uttara nakshatras are Sthira or Dhruva, which is stable. That means when you are getting in, you are going in by saying, look, I'm unstable. I'm Ugra. When you're coming out with the blessings of the deity, you are stable. That's why you're putting your left feet out. That means you have calmed down. You have become sthira. You have become, you have stabilized yourself. Do you see? So the auspicious feet going in also is a ritual. You see, whenever in Hindu marriages happen, after that, when the woman first time has to enter the her husband's house after the marriage, there is a pot of rice kumbha which is kept, and she has to pick it and put her right foot in first as she gets inside the house. It's not the left foot in. You see? Then the second feet will come is the sthira, which is the left. Similarly, whenever we also understand Swara Yoga, which is your cycles of breath. In the morning when we get up, depending on which nostril is active, you have to keep the other feet down first, because that is how you ground your energies. It's Swara Shastra. Based on what nostril is active, the other feet should go. So which feet has to go will also depend on, because that is how you start your auspicious day. The first thing that will touch Bhudevi after you get up from your cot or your bed is the feet. Bhadrapadas is also connected to the cot. All the Purva and Uttara are connected to cots in some way. So the Purva Falguni and Uttara Falguni, it's the relaxation cot. It's like your divan, what we call it. It's a couch where you relax and you watch your television. Purva Shada and Uttara Shada, that's where you take your siestas. See, the Falgunis is always your enjoyment cot. Your Uttara is more the conjugal, because that is formalized. Purva is where you have your foreplay, where you start your engagement with the process with your lover or your partner. Okay? And somebody told me this, I'd gone to a Rajasthan fort. In the Rajasthan fort, there was a bed that I saw for the kings, which was maybe half the size of a normal bed where you can sleep comfortably. And then there is a bed, which is the royal room, where the king actually sleeps with his wife, the Maharani. But there is another room. Somewhere down the aisle, there is another room where there is a shorter bed. So I asked him, why is the bed very short here in this room? That was the room which the king used for the women that come from his harem. And it was shorter bed because when they are doing a quickie, they have to keep their feet out because the wall, wherever anybody can attack them, they should be easily able to leap out from and take the attack. So the bed of Purva Falguni is actually shorter. Uttara Falguni is the real conjugate. So Ashadas are different, and then here is the funeral bed, the final bed that takes you to your crematorium. It's your final destination. Interesting, huh? Also, you see, all the Purva Nakshatras are Adhomukha, facing downwards. So Purva is your learning, you're fresh, you are an apprentice. And Uttaras is where you're matured, you're seasoned player, when you're serious. So it is the maturity cycle that you see with Purva and Uttara. Interesting, isn't it? So the next thing I want to talk about is the deity, which is Ahir Budanya or Ahir Pragnya. Now the word to understand Ahir Budanya, we have to really, it's made of two words, Ahi. Now Ahi means various meanings in Sanskrit again. Now one of the meanings which I didn't know what Ahi means is the number 8 is Ahi. Ahi is number 8. Okay. We talk about Ashtamurti. You know which deity is called Ashtamurti? Shiva is called Ashtamurti. 8. So it's
we also call Ashtavinayaka, correct?
There is Ashtavinayaka also. That is a formation of how Ganapatis are standing, because he is also controlling the Ashtadikpalas. Ashtadikpalas are the 8 direct still gods. Okay, but Ashtamurti is Shiva. Rudra is called as Ashtamurti. Ekadasha Rudras are his 11 abstractions, but he is called Ashtamurti. So number 8, that's one thing, Ahi. Second, Ahi means the cloud. See, we were just discussing this, and probably, Evji will discuss more about that as she goes through her slides. It was an interesting point that she brought up. She said, when we look at the nakshatras which come in Pisces, she hasn't seen a connection with waters, but with Akash Tattva, which I completely agree, because the last 4.5 nakshatras from Dhanishta to Revati is Akash Tattva. But interestingly, when I read Shiv Swarodaya, there is a classification of nakshatras which is given in Shiv Swarodaya. Shiv Swarodaya talks, this is connected to Jala. So I am wondering, this is somewhere connected to atmospheric endeavors which happen in the mid sky or the mid heavens, which means aerial connection, aerospace, air travel, airline industry, rains, because cloud bearing rains. So some connection with the rains has to happen. So it is a water dragon of the water. But I will talk about more about that.
Arjun,
Yeah.
may I
Yes.
just, because you're right
Yeah.
here, and for the viewers, when they like texts like Shiva Swarodaya or any of these they're more yogic.
Yeah.
When they talk about waters, perhaps it's more cryptic.
Absolutely.
It's got a different meaning. If you read Shiva Samhita, as a matter of fact, it says not to share this knowledge. It says it's a Gupta Vidya or a Guhya Vidya, and that the wise know to conceal it. So a lot of times, even though they'll give the text, so much of that text is encrypted, and you have to actually know what it means. So I just wanted to offer that.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point. Thanks, Evji, for adding that. Because see, we do not know, it has to be learned from the yogic tradition. I was just sharing what I have read, but I do not know the interpretation unless it comes from a parampara or you have learned from the yogic tradition. That's very true. Okay. Okay, now Ahi, there is another thing is it's connected to the cows and also to the serpents. Ahi means serpent, remember. See, many people do not know the mount of Indra is not an elephant. He is born, he is brothers with the serpents. He is called as Ahiravat. Ahiravat is not elephant, but he is a Naga. He is called Nagamalla. Okay, that is his real name is Nagamalla. Ahiravat is the name which is given, and people depict him like an elephant, a white elephant, but with three trunks. That is also his multi-hood. You can actually think about it. He is a kind of a Naga. That's why Indra is very friendly with the Nagas. He gives them a lot of, in the Puranas and Itihasas, you see, he's always friendly and he tries to protect the Nagas. Okay, right. Now, then the next thing, Ahi, means this is the real thing. This is real stuff that I'm trying to talk about now. Ahi means when you look at Padma Purana. Padma Purana wonderfully talks about the connection of Ahirbudanya being one of the sons of Vishwakarma. He says Vishwakarma and Surabhi. Surabhi means Kamadenu, the celestial wish granting cow, is what I believe, because Surabhi could be another name of a lady. We do not know. Vishwakarma and his wife Surabhi in Padma Purana is said to have 5 sons and 1 daughter. Who are the sons? In Padma Purana, it says it is Ajay Ekapad, Ahirbudanya, Tvastha, Rudra, Brahishmati, and Samadhyana, which is the wife of Marthanda, Vivaswat Surya, Aditya. This is given also in Vishwakarma Shilpa, which is a Shilpa Shastra, which means iconography, how the depiction of the deities have to be. And in this Shastra of Vishwakarma Shilpa, which is like Vastu Shastra, it is a Shilpa Shastra, which means sculpture. Every depiction of a sculpture is very key, and people, this is what I try to do. I put a lot of emphasis in my classes that I teach on the iconography of the deity, because many people use different iconography. If you see, for example, Vishnu should have chakra in the back right hand and Shankha in his left back hand. The front right hand should have a gada, a mace, and the left front hand should have a padma, lotus. This is his iconography, because all of this are representation of saying his body is Akash Tattva, which is blue in color. The chakra is fire element, Sudarshan Chakra. The conch shell he is holding, which is Shankha, it is water element. Padma, because it is to the grounded, it is earth element, and the mace is Vayu Tattva. And his body is Akash Tattva. So it is a representation, and the representation has to be clearly depicted. So in this Vishwakarma Shilpa Shastra, Ahirbudnya has been depicted with 16 arms, with so many weapons in it. 16 arms, 8 in the right, 8 in the left. Okay, now Ahir Budanya. What does Budanya mean? Budnya or Budanya means foundation of the world, somebody who roots or who binds together. The ancients saw as a divine serpent which is binding the sky with the oceans, the heaven with the earth. The binder of the heaven and the earth was a kind of a Rudra, and there were 2 forms of Rudra. And these 2 forms of Rudras are the greatest devotees of Vishnu, is been said in Ahirbudnya Samhita, which is a Vaishnava Samhita. Now, if you really go a little bit deeper, what am I trying to say is, it is Ahirbudanya is the serpent or the dragon which is holding the sky and the ocean together, is a reference to the gravitational force. And he is nobody, but he is Ananta Shesha. On his multi-hoods, the whole world is reclining. So as Aja Ekapada, that is his feisty Ugra nature, is the one-footed goat, that is Anantashesha's Ugra nature, and the calm, composed, benevolent nature is the one which is just saying Vishnu mantras on his multi-hoods, and the earth is balancing on his multi-hoods. This is the boon which is given to Brahma. In Padma Purana, it talks about. So, Ahirbudnya is nobody but Anantashesha. And both these Shiva avatars, Rudra avatars, are an incarnation of Anantashesha, has been given in some Puranas as well. Okay, so Budhanya means the foundation, the stability. But where is he stabilizing? These are atmospheric Rudras. These are like Maruts. Maruts are the children of the Rudras. Now, interestingly, when we started looking at all of these things, we have to know that there are 7 lokas above and 7 lokas below. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha, Mahajanar Tapa Satyam. Satyam is the Brahma Loka, that is above us. 7 lokas. And there are 7: Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Rasatala, Mahatala, Talatala, Patala. Now, when you look at the Puranic text, they talk about the Loka, which is holding the stability, is ruled by Kamadhenu, which is Rasatala. And her sons are living there, which is Anantashesha. Anantashesha is in Rasatala, is the land, the layers below, the plains, lokas below. So he's a divine serpent in Rasatala and he's supporting. That's one thing. Now that is one of the meanings. The other thing in certain texts you also see is also called as Ahir Bhragnya. Now when I went a little deeper to understand what is Ahir Bhragnya, Ahir Bhragnya means matted hair. And Ahi means serpents or water, as I said. So if you look at Shiva, he has, Ganga coming out of it. I also mentioned Bhadra is a kind of celestial. So Ganga from the heavens didn't come straight onto earth. It fell into the matted hair of Shiva. And there she was there for thousands of years. She was there before he, Bhagirath came and he left it to flow onto the earth. So Ahir Bhagnya is the water or the serpents which are, that is the reason one of the interpretations is the water serpent. Why is it water serpent? It is the matted hair of Shiva in which the Mata Ganga was swirling and the serpents were also there. So you can see matted hair with serpents is Ahir Bhagnya. And what is he doing? He carries the burden of the world. Ahir Bhragnya also means one who carries the burden of the world. So Budhanya means, as I said, foundation of the world. One who tries to be the rooter, who binds together things. And that is why you see more themes of binding which can come here. Okay, so some of the other themes that I would also want to talk about is the deity as per Kumaraswamy in a Tamil text, which is believed to have been the word of mouth which was given to Agastya Rishi by Kumara, who is none other than Murugan or Kartikeya, Subramanya. So in that, they say the deity associated with this is not Ahir Bhagnya, it is Kamadhenu or Surabhi. There is a lot of connection with the holy cow, with this nakshatra. So cows were said to be wealth in the past. Livestock was the wealth. Things were given as gifts to priests and Brahmins and to rishis were the cows. Nobody went and gave them gold or money. That was of no use. What is the use of giving them gold or money? There was no money. They used to give them wood. They used to give them cows that can be used in doing the havan. So cow was a very useful gift. So I have seen, and this is something that I realized later on. So I used to tell certain people to get these Kamadhenu, with all the deities handcrafted on them, small figurines you can get on Amazon India. And I used to say there is also a baby, um, calf. In certain texts, they say the baby calf's name is Rohini. Okay, so Rohini and Kamadhenu has to be gifted together to somebody and ask them to gift it. So basically, you're sending prosperity, auspiciousness to their house by gifting them. And when they see it, it's like you are, because all the 33 gods and 33,000 gods, which Yagna Valkya also talks about, they're all there on the holy cow. Okay, so I think this is what I wanted to say. And then finally, I wanted to also bring this point, which might be something as a thing that you can think about, is I feel this nakshatra is somewhere connected to the stratosphere and the ozone. Because if ozone is depleted, it can lead to certain events on the earth plane where there are holes, there are mystical things that happen. And just before we started, we were discussing, and Eve was mentioning about the Vermeera Triangle. Now, I was very fascinated with all of these mystical things, and I used to study. And somebody in one of the theories, conspiracy theory, they said that the ozone layer there is, broken, and that's why you see all of this phenomenon which is happening, where there is missing aircrafts and missing, ships that go missing there. This is something to do with the and conspiracy theories were there, and I read a lot about things what people are saying about the Loch Ness monster that they observed, or so there is gravitational force which is very high in the Vermeera Triangle. So all of these things were very fascinating. I think they are all connected to somewhere with this nakshatra, is what my belief is. That is something that you can ponder. I'm not saying I'm confirming, but I feel something to do with the stratosphere and the higher levels what protect the earth, because I hear Buddha is a protective deity. He wants to bind and keep things together, the earth and the heavens together. So that is one thought I wanted to leave. The another thought which I also had is in Narada Purana, I read about this thing called as Pichumanda Vriksha. Now, when you go and understand what is Pichumanda Vriksha, it is, so every nakshatra in Narada Purana is given to a tree. There is a tree associated with it. Now, Pichumanda Vriksha is what is mentioned here. And when you see, it is called as Nimba. Nimba means the neem tree. Now, neem, I found out, if you can have a boundary of neem trees are usually planted in places where there is arid climate or arid environments to make sure that the fertile lands do not be converted to become deserts, because deserts keep spreading, right? Because the sand particles and things can keep spreading, and even cultivatable and fertile lands can also become deserts if they are not taken. So one of the remedies, natural remedies that was given is to plant trees, neem trees. And fascinatingly, it says neem trees have a kind of an ability, as per Ayurveda, of rain seeding, which means they can capture the clouds in that area where the neem trees grow in abundance, and they can bring rainfall. That got me to think whether our ancients knew of this technology of using certain specific vrikshas and trees. And it's fascinating to see that this nakshatra, Shakti, as per Dr. David Frawley, where he, where he talks about the Shaktis of the nakshatras. And when I try to look for information, I don't know what he has claimed, that it is from the commentary of Bhatta Bhaskara Mishra from the Taittiriya Brahmana or Samhita. That is where he is taken, and I have not found that commentary, unfortunately, so I would not. So he talks about the Shakti is Varshodhyamana Shakti, which means to capture the rain clouds and to bring rain. So it's very natural that neem might have been used to capture the rain-bearing clouds like Ahir Budanya. What did I say? These are the clouds. Ahir means the cloud. It's also like a Vritrasura, which is evaporating the water and taking Apa and capturing Apa. Apa is the fresh waters. And Indra comes, he strikes his Vajra, which is the thunderbolt. And then you see, after the lightning, you see the fresh waters are released. So Indra became the god of the fresh water rains because he has struck Vritra. Vritra is nothing but the dark, large clouds that are there. So he has slayed him, and Apa was released back to us. Fresh waters were again released. So very symbolic and very beautiful narrations you can find in the Vedas and the Puranas. And unless you can interpret them and look at and correlate them, you will not be able to understand them. So these were some things, because neem is also very much used as an antibacterial properties are there. And I said in Ayurveda, they say it removes heat. Maybe it is the ability to bring water, or I do not know Ayurveda. Maybe if any of you have read about neem, but only thing I knew, neem has antibacterial properties which is being used. But I wonder whether they say in Ayurveda it is to remove pitta. Also neem can be used if there is too much of pitta in the body. Neem can work to remove the pitta. Of course there could be other Ayurvedic herbs as well. It's not purely neem that you have to use. You have to use in combination. So obviously go to a professional Ayurvedic doctor. I'm just talking from the terms of a nakshatra. Anyway, so I think I should end my discussion on this, because I can go on and on. But very interesting that Ahir Buddhina was also being referenced. I'm talking about in Rig Veda, in chapter 6 and the shloka 50. You also see there is mention of Ahir Budanya and Ajayakapada. So you can see these are not deities which have been evolved later on. They are Rig Vedic deities because they have been talked about in the Rig Veda, as early as Rig Veda. So you can think about them as not deities which have emerged later on. Okay, so you can look at most of these deities are coming from the Vedas. Okay, so that is my observations that I had about this nakshatra. So who, I think is it Aditya who wants to go next, or anybody has anything to comment, to add to whatever observations that I had on the...
Yeah. Interestingly, can I go? I think.
Yeah,
okay.
God Aditya. Yeah.
Go ahead, yeah.
So there's a very clear combination of Indra. Many times you mentioned, and I was thinking, if you could, Indra, if you say it is a Jyeshtha nakshatra, Jyeshtha nakshatra's deity is Indra. If you see Jyeshtha and Uttara Bhadrapada, again they come into Mitra or Paramitra, I guess, correct? Am I right?
Yeah, Mitra. Paramitra, actually. Yeah, but Jyeshtha will be Paramitra.
Paramitra. So you can see the connection there again, Jyeshtha with Uttara Bhadrapada and their deities. Not their deities, but at least there is some connection. Rain bearing. And I don't know whether it is how much of this point is applicable to other nakshatras. We need to study that and try to see how they support maybe this Mitra, Paramitra, nakshatras relations. Some way, even Maruts. If you say from Marut will be again from Ardra. It will be what? From Uttara Bhadrapada to Ardra will be what? I don't know. I'm not aware of.
Well, Andhra will actually be Vipat,
Actually,
right?
guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but Mercury nakshatras are sampat to Shani nakshatras.
Okay.
So it's not Paramamitra, but it's sampat. I just didn't want to interfere.
Anuradha and next nakshatra would be Jyeshtha, so it will be Sampat.
Yeah, but
I
for
see.
the opposite also, right?
It's sampat. Yeah, sampat nakshatra. And it makes a lot of, it does correlate. Dr. Paiji, before Aditya ji goes, it's very interesting with this fire and water relationship. It's actually a very important point of the Bhadrapadas. So that I would like everyone to hold kind of their mind. It's odd how the things you said are actually, they're actually very relevant. So people should, I think, contemplate why that is. I just want to throw that out there. If you have a lot of forest fire, or if they said if everyone was burning the havans or the homas, that it would bring the rain, right? So the fire goes up and the rain comes down. There's some kind of correlation between this heat and the rain, just like tapas. Wait, is it tapas, right? So it goes up, and then the grace rains down and stabilizes the tapas. Meaning that you have to burn, you have to destabilize, you have to be willing to die to attain that grace. So that Purva Bhadra, that Ugra you're talking about, that we talked about last time, is Tikshna Ugra, some text, without that burning and that willingness to throw oneself in the sacrificial fire, so to speak, the grace cannot rain down. You have to produce enough heat for that, and it's as above, so below, right? The earth behaves like our bodies behave like the earth. It's almost like everything tends to mimic in this whole thing, this whole whatever we call it, the world, creation. It seems to be constructed off of opposite qualities, gunas, right? It's all opposite gunas. And it seems to be a bit repetitive. So we have hot, cold, and the effects of hot and cold, the temperatures coming together, the chemical effects tend to do the same thing in the earth that they do in our bodies. So the Bhadrapadas, I would just ask everyone to sit with these. The contemplation on these nakshatras is actually very deep, because you are getting into more of the Akash Tattva, which is that there's the physical Akash, but then there is the there's the Chidakash. Okay, so in a yogic text that you were referring to, there's just a correlation of things that you were speaking with, that if people were to kind of alter their mind just a bit, for those people who are, really thirsty for the spiritual path, you could say, there's a lot of secrets at these end nakshatras. And they all correlate with that higher energy of Lord Shiva, and also Vishnu, as you were saying. Uttara Bhadrapada is a Vishnu Trimurti nakshatra, so it actually stabilizes. You produce the spiritual energy, if you want to call it spiritual energy, the internalized energy, when the fire gets so much and it rises up in Purva Bhadrapada, up, you could say, up the subtle channel. And if it gets so hot, then the grace rains down and preserves that state. So you'll see a lot of references to being absorbed in an experience, mystical experience, if you will, and much of that is in Meena Rashi. And Meena Rashi is the only one that's considered Akash. So anyway, I just would like to, before we moved on from yours, because it had so many pointers, even though it was not directed towards the inner path, you could say, it correlates. Yeah.
That's
and the Mercury debilitated too, right?
Yeah,
The Nietzsche Mercury.
And very fascinating, you brought this point. Thanks, AJ, for bringing this. Something comes to my mind. See, in our tradition that I come from our region, whenever we do any havan or we do a yagna, if that yagna is followed by a rainfall, then we say the deity is very happy. It's as though it is an approval from the heavens which is coming, which is, again, we're talking about fire and then water coming next to it, right? Okay. Now, you might also see in some of the Indian cinema that people are burning the dead body in the crematorium, and there is rainfall also which is coming, which is again a showing that the soul is definitely gone somewhere very important place, because in a crematorium where the funeral fire is burning and there is rainfall which is coming, can also show a connection again, fire and earth. Agni Sthoma, The Agnistoma Yagna is something similar to that, right? Also, when you look at, if you go a little bit, probably in the 1970s and 80s, and look at some of the Hollywood, not the Hollywood, Bollywood movies, you'll always see lovemaking is always near a fireplace and it is raining outside. And both the hero and the heroine are making love inside the house in a fireplace, and there is rainfall outside. You know, Falguni. It is like Falguni is fire and water again.
The thing I was trying to say, Dr. Paiji, as above, so below. So I know in spiritual thought, there's always this, or in studying any kind of subject, this linked with spiritual thought, let's say like any of the Angas of the Vedas, like this is a Vedanga. So there's this tendency to, separate the material and the spiritual really harshly, almost. Too much discussion around the Shadripus and all of this stuff and shaming. And I actually think it gets us really far from nature. So if you look, nature has a progression, and in the Falgunis, you have the mating. You're the mating of the physical body. You're the producing of the heat, and you bringing the rains. So you have this kind of, that's that romantic love, that fire. And then directly across from it, you have this is the mystic love. This is the making love with the invisible. And it's the same kind of devotion. It requires the same kind of focus, the same kind of application of our emotional energy, as a matter of fact. So one of the only reasons they would say to be celibate and this and that, it's not because you need to be shamed as a human. It's not because your parts or your body is shameful. It's because that same energy that you use to be devoted or attracted, or, that same energy that you would use for procreation is forced into different channels. So the Bhadrapadas are that. And to your point last time, Dr. Paiji, about Tantra, this is exactly why the Purva Bhadrapada people or the Uttara Bhadrapada people, you will see tremendous amounts of them gravitating towards those more the Tantras, the Agori path, because what's happening there is a redirection of that same procreative energy, the same procreative energy that creates you, kills you. Death is an outcome of life. So it's very, very beautiful. I just didn't want to let that moment pass because you had covered those opposite gunas so well, and I just wanted to kind of bring them around and string them together. So thank you. I'll go after Togi Ji with my presentation is very short, so let's have Togi Ji.
No, you can go ahead. No worries. You can go ahead.
Before one of you go ahead, I just wanted to end just by giving you the Nakshatra Gayatri, which comes from South India. I've not seen it in the North Indian text. Every Nakshatra has a Gayatri association with it. Now, the Gayatri which I have found more in Andhra, Karnataka is where I have seen these Gayatri mantras more. So I do not know the source of the Gayatri. Now, the Gayatri says, the Gayatri mantra for Uttara Bhadrapada is Om Ahir Buddhnaya Vitmahe Pratishthapanaya Dhimahi Tanno Uttara Proshtapata Prachodya. Proshtapatano, it is Patha. That is how I have heard it from the tradition. Om Ahir Buddhnaya Vitmahe Pratishthapanaya Dhimahi Tanno Uttara Proshtapatha Prachodayat. Now, the interesting word here is Pratishthapanaya. What is Pratishthapanaya, which Sanskrit means installation program, which means you are fixing something, you are establishing something. What is Pratishthapanaya? When an image or a deity is consecrated or erected, because it's a Sthira Nakshatra and it's a very auspicious Nakshatra. So there is a connection with the Ahir Buddhnya helping you with the consecration or with the final thing that you can put the image there and then do the final ritual. So I just wanted to bring that because it's all about induction, installation, consecration, and establishment. Locating somewhere and then establishing, and from there it becomes your deity that you worship. Okay,
Wow.
so who is
Okay.
going?
I
Yeah,
can,
Dr. Pai, before,
Yeah.
yeah, so let me just add one quick thing, Dr. Pai. It's very
Sure, go
interesting
ahead.
you mentioned about the Airavat part as being Ahi Rawat, as you mentioned. That was very interesting. I never heard that before. I think that is very much interlinked also, but I'll talk about that when it comes to mind. But it is very interesting. I wasn't aware that Airavat was perhaps like a Naga kind of thing, which was making
He's
it
a
very
Naga.
interesting.
You can go and look on Wikipedia. His name is also called as Nagamalla. He is one of the brothers of all of the Nagas, which is Ananta Shesha or whether it is Vasuki. He is all brothers with them. They all have the same mother. Okay,
Kadru,
so
they're all the children of Kad. Is that? I didn't know this either. The Sandeep ji, I didn't know either. That I learned that.
No, the concept is clear. Why? Because see where this all people came from. Where did Airavat come from?
From Samudramanthan, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Where is Ananta Sesha? What is
Samudramanthan?
Lakshmi? Samudramantan. Where is
Oh yeah,
Lakshmi
all
coming
that,
from?
yeah, makes sense.
Where
Yeah,
is Lakshmi coming
Samudramanthan, right?
from?
Yeah.
Samudramantan. All these are all
Right.
Samudramantan creatures. So they are all brothers
Sandeep
and
ji, are you
sisters.
going to be talking about Samudra Manthan with this?
I
Yeah.
have one slide, but I thought maybe I should talk. I
Actually, I
probably
think you should. May I share mine? And then I think yours is going to
yeah,
complement if you have that.
yeah, yeah,
I didn't actually put the slides for that, but it's very fascinating you brought that up because
yeah,
here I'll just share really quick.
yeah. All
Guys, my presentation this time is very short, so I'll just kind of
yeah.
share.
You can go ahead. I think you can go ahead, Evji, after this.
And
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 I'm
then
also doing several things here already. So my work and everything I'm doing. So you go ahead. No worries. I'm here.
okay, so let's see what you guys can see here.
Yeah, talk. You were telling about Samudra Manthan. Go ahead. I would be
Oh
interested
yeah,
to.
no, you're gonna cover that more. I just have one point with it. Really.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
First, let me just scan through these. This is going to be really fast. It's just to connect the listeners and any, I always first and foremost pray that you're all protected from my ignorance. If I'm misleading in any way, because much of this knowledge is Guya Vidya. I do not profess to be the knower of all secrets. And so all of you listening, you should always have that discernment that what we're sharing here is an offering, and it hopefully stokes the fire of your own curiosity and intelligence. So I wanted to bring us to the physical element of how this can be used in mundane astrology, only because it does relate to the inner, just like Dr. Paiji had kind of started us on that path. Uttara Bhadrapada is very fascinating. Right before we were going to do this video, I was telling the guys that I had researched earthquakes. And I was expecting to see a lot more tsunamis, floods, earthquakes, just based on what is said or discussed with this nakshatra typically, okay? Me normally, I'm more interested in the devotional or yogic side of things. So some of this mundane astrology, I don't always get into. So I was kind of interested with the that element this time. I wanted to see. I could not find the evidence that this nakshatra is linked with those kinds of natural disasters. Interestingly enough, what I did find is something that reinforces Nadi techniques with Jyotish, especially if you're using Vimshottari Dasha lords. Vimshottari Dasha is very special for Nadi because they use the trines all the time. You're using trines all the time. Brigu Rishi, Brigu Nadi, it's all about these trines, and they're tied through Tattva, they're tied in all these different ways. Now, only the Vimshottari Dasha lords do this, but at the heart of all the water signs, the Jala Tattva Rashis, is Shani. So here's to Togi Ji's point on Samudra Manthan, which I hope he'll cover because Karma avatar is involved. I mean, the whole thing is linked with Shani actually, and the Nagas, and this nakshatra is very important for this. But so Shani becomes the core of all the water Rashis. He becomes a heart. It's in the middle of them, per the nakshatra dasha lord. I found that Cancer, specifically Pushya and Anuradha, were linked more with the flooding, the tsunamis, the earthquakes. I mean, the data was just amazing, actually. And for those of you interested in looking, you can go on davidguru.com or wherever you want to go. But this is where I was on the public charts. There's many charts you can look at under nature, under floods, tsunamis, earthquakes. They have tons and tons of charts. So I saw this. I saw that Cancer Rashi seemed to be very connected to the oceans of the earth, the earthly oceans. And then I just happened to think, it's an Akasha Tattva Nakshatra. Pisces is the only Rashi that carries Akash besides a portion of Kumbha. And so I was like, oh, I wonder about plane crashes. I wondered. I just wanted to see the atmospheric element here. And what I found was very interesting, because all of these people here, these are all musicians that died in plane crashes, okay? Music is Akash Tattva. Guru is the carrier of Akash Tattva. Those of you who have followed my little bits of research, you know that Guru has a very strong link with musicians. It's not a commonly spoken about thing. Most people think it's Venus, Mercury, Moon. Moon is definitely the singer. If you look at numerous singers' charts, very commonly they'll have even Moon Shani conjunction, because it's the pain in the voice, the longing in the voice that's affecting us, like Kishore Kumar and many of these guys. But you'll also see very prominent Guru, very prominent in their charts. And this is because Guru, or Brahaspati, in Jyotish is the carrier of Akash. So very fascinatingly, there's a kind of mystery. So many musicians die in plane crashes. There's like this long list, very long list. Now, there were so many charts of prominent grahas in Akasha Tattva, just Pisces alone, okay? And you'll see very commonly, you guys can go on this website yourself. I could not even compile them all, with plane crashes and Pisces, okay? The most common nakshatra, interestingly enough, when I did it statistically, turned out to be more likely Ashwini, something in Ashwini, so that's transport, right? But if you just go down the list, you're going to see so many charts of plane crashes where there are prominent grahas that fall in Meena Rashi, and the ones that didn't have Meena Rashi had the portion of Kumbha Rashi that's Akash. So they would have Purva Bhadrapada or Shadavishaka. So it's not Uttara Bhadrapada per se, but I want to draw everyone's attention to the waters above when they refer to Akasha Tattva. Okay, as a really important point with this nakshatra over other nakshatras, or over, I would even say, the other Bhadrapada, which is rising upward, this one is coming down. And that's a very important feature of this nakshatra. So anyway, I compiled so many, there were so many, I didn't even put them on here. So you guys are welcome to go and view that. I'm going to now share this. And this is a really quick just run through of something I was mentioning earlier. And when I know that many viewers are very interested in the psychological element of nakshatras. I'm a little less interested in getting involved with people's psychology, but for those of you who are interested, please pay attention to the themes that happen outside of the psychology, because this world, because the principle is constructed off of opposites and repetition of some sort, you'll find that even psychologically, you can apply a lot of this. So if Purva Bhadra is rising upward, it's the more explosive one, and it's the more linked with fire. This one is the result coming down when you hear all of this discussion of foundation and a stira being fixed. it is the actual focus on raining down, coming down, not rising up. Okay, so this is critical, because this nakshatra behaves very differently, just like Purva Falguni behaves very differently than Uttara Falguni, even though they're a pair. Purva Shada behaves very differently than Uttara Shada. And same in this instance, that we have a stabilization of all the friction created in the previous nakshatra. So the energy is actually raining down in this nakshatra. So in mystic terminology, you'll hear a lot about these kind of cryptic things, the fire rising upward, and the rain pouring down, and increasing the fire instead of putting the fire out. This is it's very cryptic. So I wanted to just share, those of you who are interested can take screenshots and look this up yourself. These translations are perhaps, mediocre, because, forgive me, I'm not all knowing. I do the best that I can, and I try to simplify and get the essence. Shiva Samhita and many of the yogic works are very good for Jyotishis to study, especially if you do have anyone coming to you that has questions about their inner path. I really dislike the whole divide between material and spiritual, those words, but for sake of simplicity, I guess I have to use it. But really, there's one path that moves outward and materializes things, and there's a path that moves inward and dissolves things. On that path, to lose is to gain. To lose is to gain. The more you lose that tightly coiled grip on this material reality, the less you direct your energy to produce that materialization, and the more that you allow it to internally radiate, you'll find that the more you lose, the more you gain. So there's something with the Bhadrapadas and this willingness to throw off, to transform. Now, Uttara Bhadrapada becomes more the stabilizing one. And in a lot of these yogic texts, you'll see references to, once the energies rise up, there's a, here it says a moon rains down nectar. And this stabilizes the yogic state of consciousness. God, English is such a poor language for this discussion, but it stabilizes the state that has been, once someone has hit one of the stages on the path. This Uttara Bhadrapada is a lot of the references are the stabilization of that step that you've made. Okay, so this is where the person's very interested in stabilizing the attainment. Now that happens in the material world too. Purva Bhadrapada is very active in charities, as we discussed. It's very active in the world in many ways. And this Uttara Bhadrapada is very interested in stabilizing that. It's one of the wealth-giving nakshatras, actually, speaking of Lakshmi. And what is real wealth? We had to ask that too. Real wealth should be a kind of wealth that no one can take from us, right? That's what I would feel. It shouldn't be so easy to destabilize your sense of contentment. And material wealth, when it leaves us, we get really disturbed. So it probably it's probably not the most reliable form of wealth. I think when we're talking about Lakshmi, we're talking about a very deep concept here. But because a lot of this is Gupta Vidya or Guhya Vidya, I just recommend that you guys take screenshots, go look up your own translations of these books. But if you're curious about, Uttara Bhadrapada, there is a strong link with sound. Okay, and Shiva Samhita talks a lot about the stages of this internal nod, the Brahma nod. So even in the Ganapati mantra, we hear, in the Ganapati mantra, we hear this Brahma nod. We hear it a lot throughout Vedic speaking. It's very rather intoxicating. This is also where you get the mystic wine. So there's an emphasis in Meena Rashi oftentimes on music, the absorption in music. And see, Shukra is Ucha, right? In Revati Nakshatra, we've often talked about that. Shukra is less interested in the skills with music. That's more Budh. Okay, skills are always Budh. Shukra is absorbed. Okay, Shukra likes to be absorbed in that, you know, whether it's making love in the physical sense or whether it's making love in this sense. Shukra is very interested in that loss of self. And this is where Budh, who's actually born through Purvabhadra, he is Nietzsche here. So I would ask all of you to reconsider the meaning of Nietzsche as perhaps bowing down or on the ground and not so elevated, meaning perhaps not arrogant, not assuming that you know. This is the place where you have to realize that whatever you think you know, you do not know. And when that grace rains down, there's a beautiful union that lets you know you did not know. You're happy not to know. You're happy. Music, you don't need to understand music. You just enjoy it. You just experience it. So, you know, you will see a lot of these mystics that are drinking the mystic wine, so to speak. You will see a lot of them have Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. They're stabilized in this state. They've created the heat and now the grace has rained down. So I have a visitor. So, you know, the author of The Mysticism of Sound and Music, he was also an author of some very beautiful Sufi poetry. You know, here you see an image of Lord Shiva with the raining down on top of his head. You'll see these kind of symbologies, like Dr. Paiji was saying earlier, that pay attention to the iconography, because it's a language. Images are a language as well. So this raining down of the grace, this raining down of the mystic wine, you could say, Uttara Bhadrapada has a very strong link with the stabilization of mystic states. Okay, the stabilization of that state, whereas Purva Bhadrapada is burning to achieve it. Uttara Bhadrapada is now in the room with the beloved, so to speak. As Dr. Paiji was saying about Uttara Falguni, that's actually after the marriage has taken place. Just like Purva Bhadra is when you're, you know, burning, you're burning for this. And then once the grace pours down, the music pours down, the person is able to actually share that grace. You get that feeling around them. You get that feeling. So Shri Anandi Maima, or Moima as it said in Bengali, but she is a Uttara Bhadrapada Lagna. You know, Paramahansa Yogananda, I believe it's Mangal in the 8th conjunct is Jupiter, Uttara Bhadrapada. I think so. You know, Paramahansa Ramakrishna, Venus in Uttara Bhadrapada. You know, so you'll see this very commonly, that, you know, the ones that are drinking the wine and are somewhat stabilized in that secret, that maybe understand the meaning of some of this mystic poetry, like Hafez or Rumi. These are the people that are, even though they're stabilized in the longing, they still may be full of longing. It's just very different than what's happening in Purva Bhadrapada. This is the end, very interesting thing about the Nakshatra Vara yogas with Uttara Bhadrapada, because it's that fire-water dynamic here. This is Dr. Paiji. Now you see why I was mentioning how important what you said is. So interestingly enough, Uttara Bhadrapada is one of the nakshatras that you can have a Sarva Siddhi yoga with. And it only happens on the days of Agni. And it's not because Uttara Bhadrapada It does give a Pitta constitution according to most texts. So it does give a predisposition towards having Agni in the body, but that's just the dosha of the body. This is more cryptic, why this brings a form of perfection, because without the fires, we don't have the rain. So Uttara Bhadrapada on the days of Agni produced Sarva Siddhi. Then for those of you who were born on other days, there's a few special yogas. So there's 2 yogas that happen on Tuesday, on Mangalvar, and 2 yogas that happen on Ravivar. So one of them, it looks repetitive, but it has a slightly different meaning. Both of them deal with attainment. Siddhi is attainment. So in the days of Mangal, is a yoga for attainment. On the days of Surya, it's a sthira yoga. And if you think of Surya's nature, he's very fixed, consistent. He moves exactly a degree every day. He never waxes or wanes. He is the most consistent thing in the sky. So on a Sunday, Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra, and this is your Janma Nakshatra, by the way, which is the moon nakshatra, Chandra's nakshatra, it produces this sthira yoga. So the phala, or the fruit of that yoga, is of course to produce stability, and specifically material stability is very interested. A lot of what's in Muhurta Chintamani seems to revolve around material stability. On a Friday, which is Jala, okay? This is Shukra's day. Now this is interesting because Shukra has a lot to do with mystics, and it's a Dwaja yoga. Now in some texts, this is also called Dwaja Ketu yoga. And Ketu's symbol is a flag, right? He's called Shukra Mitra. So there's so many mysteries to unpack here. But someone like Shukracharya, perhaps you could say, and they say this about Brahmins, that they are twice born. And this has to do with the mystic death. Okay, so this is very heavily a Bhadrapada thing. And this is something I would ask all of you to really think about. And on a Thursday, it's a royal yoga, interestingly enough. On Guru's day, on Brihaspati's day, if you're born under Uttara Bhadrapada, it's a Kshatriya yoga, which exactly like it sounds, it refers to Kshatriyas. Kshatra has many meanings, actually, if you were to look it up. But the karma palam of this yoga is actually Raj Saman, which is to give royal status. So here's where the, this is where you can see this nakshatra can become quite material, especially because of the link of Lakshmi, because of the link of wanting this stability. You will see that oftentimes if someone doesn't have that thirst for the inner path yet, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. But if they're perhaps in a lifetime where this is just interested in material things, which may be a blessing, I don't know. If you can just be that simplistic. When someone's just interested in those things, this nakshatra serves them very well, because it really, you can see that the kind of yogas that are formed just even from the Vara nakshatra yogas. Then there's Vara Titi nakshatra yogas, and it's very interesting to examine these with Uttara Bhadrapada, because most of them do have some kind of either wealth giving or status giving connection. So, okay, guys, that's it. That's it. Thank you.
I wanted to add some things that I observed. It's a fantastic thing. That's why it kept me thinking about so many themes that you had brought up. One very interesting observation that I made from your presentation was your mentioning of the word Mandakini. Now, many people do not know Mandakini means the heavenly Ganges, which means it is another name for Milky Way. Okay, Milky Way is Akashganga, and Milky Way we also say is Shira Sagara. Shira Sagara means is the celestial ocean of milk, right? Shira Sagara. Now, when I was reading about this in Padma Purana, I came across that Padma Purana also says about I was talking about the lokas, right? Rasatala is where it is said that Sheshnag is there and his bed is in the Shira Sagara. And I also mentioned Surabhi is associated with the Rasatala, which means that is her abode. She resides there. Surabhi is the mother of Ananta Shesha, is of Ahir Budanya, is what I said, from Vishwakarma's son. So I see some connection with maybe, space and the connection with the Milky Way and everything,
Dr.
some very
Paiji, this is really interesting. It's something I didn't really talk about. I almost opened with the Shanta Karam Bhujagashayana mantra. And I almost began speaking about Vaikunt, actually, but I don't feel qualified. I'm not at that level. So I don't want to do it disjustice. But I do think anyone who's curious what you're tapping into right there, it's very high. Like you talked about the 7 lokas, Sufis even talk about 7 planes, 7 stops on the path, the inward path. I feel that English becomes very misleading because there's so much speaking of up and down and high and low, and it almost creates this imagery of good and bad, where you see really clearly here where Lord Shiva's telling his beloved Parvati, Parvati goes and teaches the yogis. Actually, she's the one that ends up teaching after he teaches her. It's fascinating. But he tells her, oh, I don't know if I put it here. I meant to. So he tells her that the qualified, wait, I was just on a point. I'm so sorry. My mind just, Akash. Kagaya.
Yeah, you're talking about Parvati and all that, yeah.
No,
Parvati
but
before
it was
that,
something Dr. Paiji said. It's an important point.
Vaikunta and all that. Vaikunta, Surabhi and all that.
Vaikuntha, the 7th planet, the 7th.
Yeah, the multiple lokas and all that. And the yogi Sufis at some points is what you're saying.
Yes. It was something
Okay.
about the qualification of the aspirant to actually teach them proper yoga. It was something regarding that, and it's not supposed to be said because it was taken from my head, so I won't say. I'll be humble with that. But there's many stages of the aspirant, of the yogi, this sincerity. There's levels of sincerity. There's levels of thirst. And he goes into great detail explaining those levels, okay? So then he goes into great detail explaining how the mystic sounds start coming through. And I was getting to a point on that, which I actually won't speak on. I'll just ask people to read the Shiva Samhita themselves and see if it rings to them. But there's an actual link between what Dr. Paiji was talking about with Sheshnag and the whole thing with this nakshatra, the things they're trying to speak about with this nakshatra are actually very profound. Once you get to the end nakshatras, because you have to remember the Vedic people were much more interested in the proper timing to do rituals. They weren't interested in personality astrology. That not so much. So why did they go to links to explain these Shaktis, like the Brahmanas, like the Shaptapa Brahmana, like that's where Dr. David Frawley gets a lot of his, I think actually Taittiriya Brahmana. Anyway, if you read the Brahmanas, they're so much more focused on rituals, and that's where a lot of the nakshatra knowledge actually comes from, is the ritualistic knowledge. like the proper time. Jyotish, more than anything else, is actually a study of Mahakal, of time. Time and light must be intricately in union somehow. Even the terminology light year, you know, like how all of the, there's something very special. Like even when you hear Shiva's name, the Trikalagni, there's actually a rishi named after that name of Shiva, and he had knowledge of the past, present, and future. That's mentioned in the Bhagavatam. Actually, I think Narada has a very deep conversation with him about Kali Yuga, and he's the one that can see the past, present, and future. So when these nakshatras are linked with something like some bigger concept like Ananta Shesha, who, you know, Vishnu is reclining on Ananta Shesha, right? Lord Vishnu is the all-pervading. That's once again a reference to time in a way, timelessness perhaps, but what is all-pervading? All-pervading what? These are very deep concepts. They're not, so that's the reason I didn't open with Vishnu. I have no idea who that guy is. It's so profound, actually. I haven't realized who he is. When you hear all pervading, we just take it for granted. What does that mean? You know, so his serpent that he's reclining on, and the thing with the Vaikuntha, and they show Lakshmi's always pressing his feet. Out of the navel comes Brahma. You know, Brahma's us, really. We're all little Brahmas, the only God still evolving. Look, we're born out of the umbilical cord of our mother. And once the cord's cut, what happens? Our first breath, our independent karma starts. Before that, our mother is breathing for us. Right? So the whole thing is very profound. And see, Uttara Bhadrapada has something to do with the actual being stationed in a state of consciousness, a state of either samadhi or awareness. Samadhi, you could say the stabilization of that samadhi. Because there's different samadhis. It's mentioned in all of these yogic texts. There's not only one. And a lot of the times the yogi has to come out. A lot of times they come out, whether it's after 7 years or after a day. And it's timeless, where some of them will say the last thought they had before going into samadhi, they have it coming out. So what is all pervading? What is the, like, this is a very, it's beyond my pay grade. I'm in great need of guidance. I can't, I'm no one's guru. I'm just another, you know, thirsty fish out of water, no significance. There's millions of us. So I contemplate these things because of the thirst, but Vishnu has not shown himself to me. So who knows what he is. But when we're talking about these things, we can establish, at least in our limited awareness, that this nakshatra has something to do with the actual stationing. So Vaikuntha, where Lord Vishnu is resting, where he's actually stationed. You know, this nakshatra is tamaguna as well. It's tamas. It's tamas. So it actually, I would even ask everyone to look up the first portion of Devi Mahatmyam, where the Tantroktam, Ratri Suktam that I speak about very commonly, because that is the Tamaguna chapter. And actually Agni is the Tattva. And the whole thing is about waking Vishnu up, because he's stationed, he's sleeping. See, Nidra, sleep, is a form of you could call it, it's not really samadhi, but it's kind of, it's an absorption, right? So yeah, this is for those of you who are interested. There's probably many of you cringing and just wanting to know, what this nakshatra predicts in everyday life, in the stock market. I don't know. I can't help you there. But I can, the place I can help you is that it has something to do with residing in. Bhav has something to do with Bhav, residing in something, stabilization. So Purva Bhadra has something to do with raising the energy, producing enough force, fire, to possibly cut through or penetrate through something. Just like Purva Falguni used to be one of the nakshatras where the bride and groom, it was the first wedding night, right? That's the first, commencement of that activity, which is a kind of piercing, if you will. And then Purva Bhadra is a different kind of piercing. It's got to have enough heat, has enough momentum, enough energy, enough friction to break through. Then once it breaks through, so that nakshatra has something to do with achievement, very artha oriented in some way. And then this nakshatra has something to do with, once that achievement has happened, the stabilization of that. So whether it's a state of consciousness, just like the mystics speak about how you go through these various stations, this nakshatra would indicate someone being stabilized on that. Okay, so same thing in the stock market, I guess. You just would have to know. Same thing in your marriage, same thing in your, your children's lives, whatever it may be. I've met many Uttara Bhadrapada lagnas and moons that are very interested in stabilizing wealth for their family. Now, this is can be a very big focus of this nakshatra. So yeah, anyway, so yeah, Dr. Paiji is a very, very beautiful, these two nakshatras are very deep. And I think that's why you don't see a lot of material on them. These are the two nakshatras of Bhadrapadas that I'll have people say they don't understand. So we're
not much information on deities and all. Yeah.
So what you said just now, PG, if I have to summarize, I can just summarize it in the mantra that you said. Shantakaram bhujage shayanam padmanabham shuresham. Shantakaram, shant is peaceful.
Shantakaram, producing peace. Yeah, literally peace. The activity of peace. Yeah.
Bhujaga means the serpents. Ananta Sesha. Shayanam, he's resting on the bed of Bhujanga. Bhujaga Shayanam. Padmanabha, which means from his navel, from his nabi, the lotus flower came. Shuresham.
Lakshmi. Oh yeah. Yes.
Vishwadharam Gagana Shadrasham. What is Gagana? We talked about Mandakini, we talked about Milky Way, Akash Ganga, Shira Sagara. So, Gagana Shadrasham, Meghavarna. Meghavarna means like cloud, dark like the cloud. I hear Budhanya is the cloud, we said. Shubhangam. Lakshmi Kantam, because Lakshmi is involved. We said, this is Lakshmi. Kamala Nayanam, lotus eyes. Yeah. I have told my lessons, I don't know whether some people or scholars will agree. All the Saturn related nakshatras are connected to Kamala, which means Padma, lotus.
Yes.
Pushya nakshatra, pink lotus is what I say. Okay? Anuradha nakshatra, blue lotus, which is the rare. It is hidden. It only comes in the middle of the night. It's sitting in Scorpio sign. What we call as Pushkara. Pushkara is blue lotus. Here, this is white lily or white lotus, white lily, which is, connected to this Pisces. So, Gagana Sadrasham, Meghavarna Shubhangam, Lakshmi Kantam, Kamala Nayanam, Yogya Bhirdhyana Gamyam, Vande Vishnum, Bhavahaya Haram, Sarva Lokaikanatham.
So you see
So
why
I
I
think,
wanted to use the mantra, because even the yogi, Jnana-gamyam, the yogis, even, you know, this state of being absorbed in this state, Megha-varna, the color of a storm, a cloud, you know, the storm cloud. So Varnam, right? So it's really everything to do with Uttara Bhadrapada. But I feel so, you know, I'm glad you said it actually now. I just felt reluctant because I don't feel that authority. I don't understand Vishnu. I know people will say, oh, Vishnu's a preserver. Vishnu's this, what do we know? This guy is, so much connected with him is very, to me, very special actually. And I'm very cautious with everything I am. It just so happens that for years I've done Rudram. So I feel a little bit more permission to speak that mantra from it. But, you know, this Shantakaram mantra is very much linked with the Vishnu Sahasranamam, right? And even in the beginning of the Vishnu Sahasranamam, if you actually read through the Vishnu Sahasranamam, you're going to see a lot of things related to Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra, actually. Even, you know, so it is very, somehow very linked with Lord Vishnu, and is even equally fascinating that Budh is Nietzsche. And I want to use the word Nietzsche because debilitated is not what that means. Like in Hindi, when you say Nietzsche, or like something's Nietzsche, it's on the floor, like go get that thing that's down there, you know, like when you say that, like if something's down, it's not like it's debilitated. That's not what you're saying. So it's not the right terminology. So why is the Karaka of Vishnu Nietzsche? This is why I would ask all of you to go to Devi Mahatmyam when he's residing in his restful state and has to be woken up, because Mercury loses his activity. His activity is to discern. Look at the life of the avatar. Look at Shri Krishna's life. Look at Ram's life. They're born only for a purpose, for some kind of karma, not karma as people understand. This is another word that's butchered. Ka implies Brahma. It's activity. If you got yourself into karma, you can work your way out. Astrology shouldn't be an excuse. It's active. So, but Vishnu's always taking a physical form for a purpose. So he can't really be residing in Vaikuntha. He can't be reclining. You know, so these whole things with Nietzsche, Ucha, vary once again, probably Gupta Vidya. And like you'll see in Shiva Samhita and many works, the main rishi teaching it will often say, don't teach it to a person of this, this, and this quality. It's not because that person's bad. It's not because that person's lower. They actually won't understand, and it will distort the vidya. It distorts the purity. Those who understand will understand. Those who are not living, it's not even living a lifestyle. I think there's a preparedness. You know, so these things are really deep when we go reading people's charts and we say, oh God, this bad thing's going to happen. We're not always right. And the reason is we're not understanding what these concepts are. These rishis were on a different, their sight is very different than good, bad, high, low. Oh, that's actually what I was going to say, is that Shiva says when you're absorbed in that nod, so I guess I'm supposed to say it now. When you're absorbed in that nod, good, bad, and indifference all dissolve. So the concept of good and bad, and indifference, even detachment, even this, when you're absorbed in the nod, all of those concepts dissolve. So anyway, yeah, thank you, Dr. Paiji. It's beautiful. I'm so happy you recited that mantra. I didn't feel
Oh, but that's wonderful that
Had
you
the
brought it up. I wouldn't have connected. And one final thing, because otherwise this will be another blockbuster movie, and we have to go to Dr. Togi. Aditya will take over. But one final thing today I understood, and that is something that only those people who understand will know what you've written here. The Dvaja, something came to my mind, and I understood today. You have awakened my vision to something. Dvaja, the word Dvaja itself, I was thinking, and coming along with the Friday. See, Ja means born. Dhwaja means somebody who has two fathers. One child having two fathers. This is possible. That means twice born, or born two times from the two different fathers. So Lakshmi is called as Dhwaja because she is twice born. Once from Bhrigu, as per, and then again from the Samudra Manthan. She is again reborn. And now I wonder, from this Dwaja also means mark. Okay. And for those people who understand Jyotish, I leave it to them. I have a wonder that whether Ketu and Venus can be Dwaja, which means twice born. Ketu could also be twice born. When Ketu comes with Shukra, look, Shukra is the natural Marakesh of the Kundli, second and seventh house law. Can it give you an event happening twice on the same spot of the body or the same pattern repeating, which means if you're going through some relationship issues, Shukra, will the same pattern and similar sort of people will come into your life after a breakup? Or maybe you got a cut here. Imagine you get a cut after a few weeks on the same spot again. So something I feel is connected with Shukra and Ketu, and I have a very strong feeling Ketu could be twice born.
Well,
Because how can Ketu?
Dr. Paiji, because another thing I didn't discuss, which I just didn't have enough research on it. I'm very cautious with these things, but almost every graha has 3 nakshatras that they're born from in various sources. Ketu,
no, that is also, why? You know why? What is the reason they are born from? Because they are born from different manvantaras. We are talking about Chakshusha Manvantara. In Chakshusha Manvantara, Surya is born from Vishaka. Okay, Shani is born from. But we have so many Manvantaras, 14 Manvantaras before. So from different Manvantaras, their birth has been there. That's why we get so many nakshatras.
It's very
But
important to note this.
But
Yeah,
always I've seen it. Any Manvantara is born from Kritika Nakshatra. Very, very surprising. Only Moon. All other planets I'm seeing, they're born from various different nakshatras, you will see.
Well, there's multiple reasons for this. Once again, it has to be contemplated. It has to really be. So Ketu is usually, there's only 2 mentioned. But I have a feeling about Uttara Bhadrapada.
That's why I feel, because Ketu
The
is very
Mudra
happy.
Manthan, all of this.
That's something that came to my mind. And that's why I said, maybe we are going off track and off the subject, but it's very fascinating when somebody like you and the team is speaking. I absorb so much and learn so much from such discussions. But it's very fascinating that we're talking about. And because why I brought that is Ketu is Dvaja. Shikhi or Dvaja is Ketu, right? That's what it's called.
Sometimes at yoga, like I said, it's referred to as Dvaja Ketu. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ketus are comets. So you see the comet again, the event will happen again. What has happened? Maybe the comet, Halley's comet, came 70 years ago, let us say. What happened 70 years ago when you observe the same Ketu again? Something has to happen here on the earth which could mimic an event that happened when the other Ketu was observed, which means Dhuma Ketu is a comet or a meteoroid or some other celestial thing, like what you say is a falling star or whatever you say, right? Anyway, I think we are digressing, EG, and we are holding back the other two, gentlemen from talking. So, Aditya,
Bollywood feature.
we will do, yeah, your feature film will remain, our blockbuster will be 2 hours, just the two of you.
Laddu Baba. Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
no, no, no. I was enjoying. I'm doing, you know, so many things to do. So I'm partly I have my calculations here all going on at the same time. At the same time, I'm absorbing. But interesting, as Shivji said, that mantra, which is Shantakam Bhujagashayanam, that's a very powerful mantra. And Shivji, you may remember in 2018 about that mantra and the consequences of that mantra, which I don't want to talk about here, but
Yeah, but we experience, yes.
yes.
That,
So
yeah.
it's not that easy mantra and lot of energy in it. I'm not qualified to talk there anyway. Let's come to this world from Vishnu Loka to Bhuloka, you know. Uh, anyways, okay, what I should tell? I need to talk, correct? Yes. Where is my slides?
Yeah, you're supposed to talk on Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra,
Uttara
in case you
Bhadrapada,
didn't know
correct?
about it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Uttara
I don't want
Bhadrapada.
him to talk about the James Webb, telescope, because that might be what he must have been doing some calculations.
That's what I'm doing actually. I'm analyzing the data from that new telescope.
And let us say it might be connected to Uttara Bhadrapada. We are talking about Akash Ganga, Mandakini, this, that, all the waters.
The galaxies which I'm working right on is very near to Purva Bhadrapada and Uttara Bhadrapada, very near to that border. That same Stephen's
That
quintet,
is
that five galaxies.
Andromeda, right?
Andromeda.
Yes.
This is Andromeda. Okay, so yeah, I had that slide. Where is the slide gone? Somewhere here, maybe. Yeah, it's there. But anyway, a very interesting talk, both of you. And yes, so I think. Okay. In the meantime, I try to search for it. Why not you people go and discuss few things by the time I open that slide?
Probably I'll add another word. I also wonder the Samudra Manthan whole thing. There was a horse which came out from the Samudra Manthan. Do you know what horse was it? It is called Uchishravas.
Yeah.
This was a horse. I have a very funny feeling that is connected to Uttara Bhadrapada because Pegasus. Pegasus is the flying horse. And Uchishravas was also a winged horse. So maybe there is some connection there with because Gamma Pegasi and Al Janeb, which is called as is it Alpha Andromedae?
Yeah. I have that in my slide. Yes.
Yeah. And I read about it in the Sanskrit version. Okay, do you know what is the name of Alpha Andromedae in Sanskrit?
No, I don't know.
You'll be surprised. Even I was surprised. The name of Alpha Andromedae in Sanskrit is Devyani.
Oh, yeah. Devyani and Sharmishta. Yes.
Yes. So from there you can probably add to that.
Devyani is wife of Indra, is that right?
No, daughter of
Murugan.
Daughter of Murugan, a wife of Murugan.
Has two wives, yeah.
Murugan's wife and daughter of Indra.
Yeah, Devasena and Srivalli. Valli.
And I think Devyani is also mother of Krishna, is that right? Who is the
That is
mother of Krishna?
Devaki. Devaki.
Oh, Devaki, right? Oh, that's right. My bad. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah. Devyani and Sharmishta, Okay, let me talk about this first. My research here. I was doing some research on these galaxies. Everybody would be knowing this, correct? So I'm working on this small hole, black hole here, trying to understand their gas properties and also all that calculations. It's beautiful, correct? This is this is actually, you must have seen this image for the James Webb. It is very near to Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. So anyway, coming back to our topic here. Can you see my slides here?
Yeah, we can now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Uttara Bhadrapada. I don't know what to start with. Okay, Uttara Bhadrapada, as we know, it is the 12th house. After that good long discussion, yes. So always connecting this nakshatra to the house, it falls the natural 12th house. So if I say 12th house, what are the themes that comes in your mind when you say 12th house? Of course, I've written some of those: moksha, meditation, spirituality, and always pay equal attention to the point opposite. What is opposite to 12th house? Come on, you need to speak now. I am a school teacher here.
6th house,
Otherwise,
right? Service and all
Sixth
that.
house. Sixth house. Not all that. What all? Service. Yes. Then
Service, diseases, debt,
diseases,
health
that
issues,
correct. Yes.
enemies,
Yes. So I want
Shadrubu
that.
and all that.
I want that to a word disease. Because 12th house
Yeah.
is hospitals and 6th house is diseases. Somehow we are talking about medical too before the start of our lecture today. I was talking about my dental issues and medical bills and how the system loots here, all medical persons. But anyway, so we were talking about all those medical bills again, coming to the point of Mercury getting debilitated and 12th and 6th house. So all those things are coming very important, which play an important role. So understand, Uttara Bhadrapada has got something to do with this. And as we go, I will explain what all it is. All the 4 padas of Uttara Bhadrapada is in Pisces Rashi. Okay, fine. Now, Dr. Pai mentioned the symbol of this nakshatra is the back legs of the funeral cot. So a lot of themes are getting intermingled with Purva Bhadrapada and Uttara Bhadrapada. Purva Bhadrapada is the 4 front legs of the cot, and this is the back legs of the cot. This slide I would have also showed it in Purva Bhadrapada, but remember it's a parcel of the same system. Now here Dr. Pai was saying about the star, and this is what the Pegasus is. This is the constellation of Pegasus, and here this were the 2 stars of Purva Bhadrapada. And remember, this blue line is the ecliptic, the passage of the sun. The sun passes through this point from this line actually. So Markab was the star of Purva Bhadrapada, the Yoga Tara. Okay, and right now, actually my galaxies are right here, which I was showing you. Correct? It is right here, very close to the Purva Bhadrapada stars, which I was working on. But anyway, Uttar Bhadrapada is Andromeda, which is this, and the star here, sometimes there are 2 stars given, which is some people talk Algenib. Dr. Pai mentioned, correct? Algenib or Alpha Andromeda is Algenib is also Alpha Pegasi, Gamma Pegasi, which is this star. And some people say not this star, you can consider this star, they say, which is Alpha Andromeda, which is Alpha Rats. Correct? Dr. Pai, you just said correct about these stars. Now the point is, it's a confusion. Some people take this as the star, Yogatara of Uttara Bhadrapada. Some people take this star as the Yogatara of Uttara Bhadrapada. Whatever you take it. It's your choice. Okay, let's be happy with whatever it is. But people also associate with Uttara Bhadrapada. See, probably I will say you should take Gamma. My personal thing is not that you should or should not. Because we have divided these nakshatras according to the zodiac ecliptic, the path of the sun. So if you take from the path of the sun, this Gamma Pegasi comes closer. So that may be a star much better to say, but even Alpha Andromeda you can say. Okay. Yogatara Uttar Bhadrapada. Anyway, whatever you want, take it. This is much more bigger picture of it, and here it was Alpha Rats, and this is the constellation of Andromeda. Is the same system of Pegasus, the flying horse, and these 2 stars were of Purva Bhadrapada, these 2 stars were of Uttara Bhadrapada. And Andromeda has got us, everyone may be knowing about Andromeda because everyone says, aliens, Andromedians, what is that, Pleiadians and Andromedians and Arcturians and all those things. Andromedian is also one of the very strongly associated aliens. I have not seen any aliens, but these are some names: Pleiadians, Andromedians, Arcturians, Orionids also. I don't know whether people talk about Orionids or not. But
yeah,
anyway.
Dracon is right. You forgot the reptilians and all that. Yeah, that's also
I don't follow anything. Only I just heard. That's why I'm repeating. But for me, Andromeda is very special as an astronomer because our nearest neighbor. Nearest neighbor means nearest major neighboring galaxy is Andromeda. Okay, so nearest neighboring galaxy for us. Nearest neighboring major galaxy. There are some minor galaxies also, such as Magellanic Clouds, but they are much more nearer to Andromeda. But they are like satellite clouds of Milky Way. But nearest major is Andromeda, and in fact, it's also called as M31. In fact, Andromeda is bigger than our galaxy, slightly bigger than our galaxy. So we form a local group of galaxies. Even there is a group of galaxies where Milky Way and Andromeda are both major galaxies in that system. And we are little smaller than Andromeda. And it is said that Andromeda and we are coming closer. And in few billion years, we may also collide with Andromeda. That's what simulation says. Because all the spectral, anyway, I don't want to go. Spectral lines are shifted towards the blue shift, but becomes technical. Okay, anyway, so that's why it is very special to me. Maybe because it's our nearest neighbor, So who knows? That's why maybe aliens may be living, because who knows? There may be some settlements like that. I'm not saying that there are aliens, but that's it. So that's one thing. Out of all the nakshatras, it is here that one is the major galaxy sitting here, and that's why Uttara Bhadrapada becomes little bit closer to us, not only in distance but also in the terms of someone like us or alien friends may be living. Anyway, now Andromeda, if you see the story of Andromeda, let's see the story of Andromeda and let's understand some themes of it. Greek story anyway. So Andromeda was a daughter of Cepheus, who was the king of Ethiopia, and mother name was Cassiopeia. So Andromeda was the daughter of Cepheus and Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, her mother, was boasting about her beauty, and she had some problem with someone, and women beauty problems and all those things. Someone got angry because of that, and then what happens is Poseidon sends Cetus. Now Cetus is a demon to wash away the Ethiopia's coast. Okay, because I don't know what Poseidon, because Cassiopeia was boasting her beauty and putting down onto someone else, some Nereids or someone was their name. So Poseidon got angry and he sends a battalion to ravage the Ethiopia's coast. Now there was someone who advised King Cepheus to stop Cetus or to satiate the Cetus. The only one thing is you have to sacrifice your daughter Andromeda. Okay, so she was kept there to sacrifice, but at the same time another hero came in. It's like a Bollywood story, Another hero came. Shah Rukh Khan comes here, named Perseus, and he rescued Andromeda from this whole situation. And finally, Perseus and Andromeda got married and settled, and he took her to the Greece. Our, Dil Cha, whatever that Dil movie and all those things, by fighting exactly Bollywood. I think people would have, all human beings would have taken the love problems, the greed problem, anger issues, all from the gods, because our gods also do the same masti, the same things which we do. Love issues, love problems, jealousy, killing someone, beating someone, and then so we have all adopted from God, those called gods. Okay, maybe because who knows, we are their generation probably. So even in Hindu mythology, you will have that, correct? Indra doing all those things, and then going here, going there, and landing into all problems. Politics happening between Indra and who was that, Varuna, and all those. So very, very normal story. What as above, so below, correct? Dr. Pai, your dialogue, which is very similar. Even qualities are like that. So if you say that you die and you go to heaven, don't worry, you go to another stupid world. There also the same thing is going to happen. So there is no escape. Now, if you go to Brahma Lok, Vishnu Lok, Shiva Lok, I don't know what will be there. They look pretty decent to me comparatively, but who knows? Maybe Vishnu is playing big games. We know poor Shukracharya has to face all troubles. So I don't know. Anyway, with coming back to the story of Andromeda, what we understand from this story, Andromeda, that poor girl, was sacrificed. So maybe Uttara Bhadrapada natives may have a tendency that sacrificing something for the betterment of others. Now she was sacrificed for saving the kingdom of Ethiopia. So maybe some sacrificial tendencies can be there. She was abandoned by the family. The family gave her for the sacrifice to satiate this demon, Cetus. So maybe family issues can happen for them. Marriage issue. Now marriage was sudden, somewhere a hero comes, Perseus, and tries to save her. So marriage in very unconventional marriage themes can happen. Okay, and all this, 6th house and 12th house, as I said, 6th house is what? 6th house is 12th from the 7th house. Okay, so all those things you can understand, marriage issues, family issues. Now, family issues can be there, sacrificial tendencies, 6th house is also a lot of work and all, sacrificing basically your health, your wealth, your time, your effort for the betterment of society. So very common themes of 6th and 12th house, house of bed pleasures and all those things, we know that. So
Togi-ji,
those things,
quickly
yeah.
on this is kind of, I just want to throw this out here. I'm not entirely sure, so someone can correct me, but according to some traditions, I believe possibly even Sanjay Rod's, so someone can please correct me. I'm not claiming that I believe this. Arjun was said to be born under Uttara Bhadrapada, not the Falgunis. That was a reference to the Falgunis, was a reference to the Falguna mountains. So if you actually look up the Mahabharata, he's called Falguna, and all this. This is one way. Some people do consider that his nakshatra, the Falgunis, but there is talk that and I've seen it, I believe it's the Sanjay's tradition and a few others, where his moon is Uttara Bhadrapada. It's called a warrior's. Now, what's interesting is he did have not necessarily a willing sacrifice, but Abhimanyu, the whole tragedy around the loss of a child. He did have that. I mean, it just, that's instantly. So it's not a willing thing, but it happened.
Yeah, because Uttara Falguni again opposite is Uttara Bhadrapada too. So makes sense, Nowadays I've taken in astrology, opposites really make a lot of sense. You cannot leave opposite somehow, I feel. So maybe because Uttara Falguni opposite Uttara Bhadrapada, so he may have got tendency, and I will show some charts in the later section of the talk, how that is. See, anyway, talking about Cepheus, when you really see in the sky, if you see in the sky, Andromeda is here, who was our heroine in the whole show. His father Cepheus and Cassiopeia are very nearby to Andromeda. Father and mother is here. Maybe a little bit bigger picture. You can see Andromeda here. Probably Cassiopeia is here. Okay. Then our Cetus, the demon, is here. The demon, this is the demon coming to grab Andromeda. And our hero, Mr. Perseus, is near to Andromeda. So this is how they make stories. When they say constellations, see, all this family is nearby. You cannot keep mother at some other place and then Andromeda at some other place and all. So they have the stories nicely woven into that. See, when you talk about Orion and Scorpio was sent to kill Orion, basically. So it's like, Orion is chasing Scorpio, or Scorpio is chasing Orion. So in the sky, they are kept at 180 degrees. So whenever Orion rises, Scorpio will set. Scorpio rises, Orion will set. It's like they are running away from each other, because Scorpio was sent to kill Mr. Orion, because Orion was going and killing all the animals. And that's why Scorpio was sent to kill Orion, because they said that if we leave this Orion fellow, he will kill all the animals. So these are the stories, how they make all the stories true. And somehow I was talking to my friend, Mr. Prashant, last weekend about how the stories teaches us about moral values too. See, not only in astronomy, because that's what tells us that you should not kill anybody, because some Scorpio will come and bite your ass probably at some point. So beware, there is always someone powerful. But anyway, coming back to our astrological thing, Pisces, Uttar Bhadrapada, if you see the extension in the sky, in sidereal astrology goes from 3 degree 20 minutes to 16 degree 40 minutes. And the sun transits this region of the sky from 18th March to 31st of March. That is in the second half of March, you have when the sun is transiting Uttar Bhadrapada. Now remember, there's something very important event happening on March 21st. We all know that it is spring equinox or the vernal equinox, where the day and night are equal half. Okay, and this is the first point of Aries, falls in the first pada, because vernal equinox is considered as the first point of Aries with the tropical people. Okay, so right, and it shifts because of the precision of the Earth axis. I mean, we're not going to technical, but remember, it is in this nakshatra that we have vernal equinox falling. In another, it's what, 6 degrees of spices right now. So in another 72 degrees for 72 years for 1 degree. That means another 200 years that vernal equinox is going to Purva Bhadrapada. That is another 200 years. No one of us will be living here, but that time it will be going into Purva Bhadrapada. So right now it is in Uttara Bhadrapada. Equal day, equal night. These are the two main points. One point is here and opposite point will be exactly opposite to it. Exactly opposite to it will be where? 6 degree Uttara Pisces here. That means 6 degree Virgo. 6 degree Virgo is Uttara Falguni. So Uttara Falguni and Uttara Bhadrapada are like the axis now. Okay. We'll come to it. Why? Again, there are some important festivals too when I talk about this. Dr. Pai has already mentioned about Deity and all. And this is our Mr. Anantasesha, nicely sitting there. And Uttara means latter, and Dr. Pai has mentioned about Bhadra and all those and all. So we are not going to that, we'll skip that. And the deity is Ayir Budanya. And as I said, this deity for this nakshatra, there are multiple deities. Ayir Budanya is one. Our Mr. Hero Vishnu is sitting here, nicely reclining position. He's also Anantasesha. See where Vishnu is. See, it's Ahir Budanya is also called Ahi. Ahi, the word Ahi is nothing but the serpent. In Sanskrit, Ahi means the serpent. So there's a strong connection of serpents with this nakshatra too. And it's the sea serpent. So there is some connection of sea and the serpent, and something the sea is also very strongly associated with this nakshatra. And if you see where is Vishnu's home, Vishnu Loka, he's in the Shir Sagara, that is in the ocean of that milk ocean is called, underneath the ocean. And Samudra Manthan, which we were talking, now this is the right time to talk about that. We all know the story of Samudra Manthan. That's why we always say in Hindi, correct? Paise pani ke jaisa chala gaya, no? The money has flown like water. We never say the money has gone into fire, the money has gone into somewhere else, some in the air. We always say money has gone into the water. My money has gone into chori ka mal mori mein. All that dialogue we say. That means all money is always draining. Money drains, water drains. Why? Because see, the money is associated with goddess Lakshmi, and if you see the story of goddess Lakshmi, where she has come from, she has come from churning of ocean. When they churn the ocean, of course, Samudra Manthan, the Mount. This was Mount Meru, I guess, correct? Mount Meru was there, and then
Mount Meru, Kurmavatar on the bottom. Yes, yeah.
Kurmavatar at the bottom. Vishnu's
Mandara mountain, is it Meru or Mandara?
Meru or Mandara, I don't remember. Just check which mountain was resting. And again, the snake was used as a coilier, you see. And this was Vasuki, I guess. The snake was Vasuki, yeah, which acted as a rope. One side was the god, other side was a demon churning it, and many things came from that. One out of that one was goddess Lakshmi. Kaustuba Mani, which Vishnu wears in his neck, is also has come from that. Parijata has come, Airavat has come. Then Dr. Pai, you also mentioned about the tree. What was that tree? That Parijat. Parijat came from that. Kalpavriksha has come. Then finally the poison, halahal poison, which Shiva drank, that came. And then finally, at last, and there are many other things that has come from.
The halal poison came first, actually. Then the rest of them followed, actually.
Yeah. Some alcohol also came, man. I remember.
Alcohol
there was some
halal,
alcohol
right?
too. Yeah. Alcohol too has.
Varuni comes
Varuni,
out. Yeah.
Okay, that's some alcohol also came.
Yeah, intoxicant. Varuni.
That's how can we forget that? It's important. Come on. So that also has come from the. So thanks to Samudra Manthan probably, and finally the nectar of immortality and has come from there, and then the story of Sorbanu, Rahu, Ketu, and all those. Anyway, going to that. But anyways, so Lakshmi, goddess Lakshmi also came from this Samudra Manthan process. So that's why she's also called as the daughter of ocean. That's why she's called daughter of ocean. So somehow, again, since this nakshatra is connected to sea, goddess Lakshmi Vishnu, Ahir Budhanya. These were all some deities which you could connect to this nakshatra. And if you see Vishnu in this form, if you go to Ananta Padmanabha Swami temple, you will see Vishnu reclining in that, which is very near to the sea coast also. And probably I had a chance to go with Mr. Santhip a few years back to Padmanabha Swami Kshetram. I think this can be a place for remedy for Uttara Bhadrapada native to go there and to be great temple. And you can see Vishnu reclining there. And there are three doors. One door you can see his face, other door his belly, and the third part his feet. So it's a huge idol there. So that can be one of the remedy or to go there and have a darshan of Lord Vishnu. Talking about the tree, it's the neem tree for this nakshatra, which Dr. Pai mentioned. Now, neem tree has got innumerable medical use, no doubt. It has from asthma, constipation, diabetes, ulcers, indigestion, gum disease. But people take that for diabetes too. But they say long-term use in high dose can give damage to kidneys and liver and also lower your sperm count. So be careful with that. Do not take much and will have adverse effects. I'm not saying you to do all those things, but do on your own risk. But drinking neem, have anyone tried here, like take some neem leaves, boil that in water and drink it? Have anyone done that?
Yeah, that's usually a remedy. I mean,
that's a remedy.
You do it. Yeah.
Bitter.
Yes. So
Quite bitter.
it's so bitter. It's so bitter. When I think I was 11 or 12 years, someone told, I also said, okay, how much bitter it will be? Let me see. Got some neem leaves, massively put so many leaves in it, boiled what? Young fellow, correct, 12-year-old, boiled it. And then I just took 1 or 2 sips. My God, it was horrible. Then I said, let me put some sugar. How much amount of sugar you put? No effect on it. It's I don't know what stupidity I have done that, but it was so bitter. You cannot, it was horrible. But it's very good remedy, they say, actually.
Actually, in Maharashtra and some parts of Karnataka and other South Indian states, ritual of taking neem leaves, because it is bitter, take it with jaggery, which is, with the sugar.
Correct. Yeah.
You take it with good.
Correct.
So that is the best remedy for removing, if you're going cold, cough, and because of the changing seasons, it's a very good remedy.
Correct. No, I was there about a young kid, and I just took a bunch of leaves and then boiled it. And one of my cousin brother was there. We were both like, okay, let's do this. He was also in great mood. I was in great mood. Mother was not there, and that's it. And then we took it. I had to throw away that.
Well, Togi, that's interesting because that's an anti-parasitic as well.
Yes. But it is so bitter, my God.
Yes, most anti-parasitics are very
And I'm a sweet tooth. For me, the effect is more probably.
That's an interesting thing that is a Naga nakshatra as well, and it's anti-parasitic, the medicine.
Yes, medicine. That's a medicine. And because why medicine? Again, because 12th house of hospitals and opposite is 6th house of disease. So the 12th and 6th house connection has to be there in some way. So treatment of diseases and all has to be there. So neem is very useful, even for skin treatment, especially in India. If you get some chicken pox or smallpox, I don't know, people use neem leaves for them because the skin is itchy and all. I think if you use the neem tree leaves, it gives relief. That's what I have heard. So in India they will do that. Use neem leaves on the bed. They will put neem leaves, and the patient is allowed to sleep on the bed of that neem leaves. Anyhow, so neem leaves also used for brush. That bark of the tree is used for your dental, cleaning your teeth and all. Okay. Anyway, good for your stomach and all those things. Now, Uttara Bhadrapada, the first pada, as you say, Rashi Lord, Nakshatra Lord, and Navamsha Lord. The Navamshas which are falling into this are Leo, Virgo, Libra, and Scorpio. The Rashi Lord, because it's in the Pisces sign, the Rashi Lord is same for all the padas, which is Jupiter, because it is Pisces sign. The Nakshatra Lord is Saturn, because Uttara Bhadrapada. The first pada falls in Leo, so it is Sun. Next pada falls in Virgo, so it's Mercury. The third one is Libra, so Venus, and the fourth one is Mars. But anyway, If you see all those pada, Jupiter and Saturn really plays an important role for this nakshatra. So Jupiterian and Saturn demands hard work, efforts, and struggle, and Jupiter is again religion, philosophy, and spirituality. So these two, Jupiter and Saturn, the key planets, in astrology. Not everything is a key planet, but really major planets in Nadi astrology, not that Nadi leaf astrology, but the Nadi astrology, they see about Jupiter and Saturn position. These are the two major planets, and you can see those planets are really dominating this nakshatras, and it really plays an important role. Understand the qualities of Saturn and Jupiter from this, and try to get the meaning of this nakshatra. Foundation above, raining clouds, below growing of plant, desire to find a foundation. Shakti is Varshodhyamana Shakti, which Evji also mentioned about the falling of rain. So falling of rain, growing plants, see, the whole thing is to give the stability to the world. Now, if you also see the Samudra Manthan, what did Vishnu do? Took the form of Kurma avatar, and on that the mountain was placed. So by, again, the stability. The stability factor is a very important rule to lay the foundation, because the desire itself is foundation. So the foundation, laying the foundation, stability, these are some of the important parameters for this nakshatra, and think about those. Okay. Purusharth is Kama, Gana, Manushya, Trimurti, Vishnu, animal is cow, bird is all, which talking about animal, Dr. I also mentioned cow gives us milk. Milk is nothing but a major source of nutrition value, and many diseases can be treated by the cow milk. So need not again mention. Again, the concept of diseases, the removal of diseases, 6th house, 12th house is coming into the picture. Anyways, talking about some great personalities, Ramakrishna Paramahansa, he has got Venus in Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra in the 3rd house. If you say Venus, again, what is Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra? It's also famous for meditation, spirituality themes and all, because it is falling at 12th house, and Venus is in Uttara Bhadrapada. Of course, though it is not exalted, I should not use the word exalted, but still it is in the Pisces sign, and it is falling in the 3rd house of Mr. Ramakrishna Paramahansa ji. So again, spirituality leader, meditation and spirituality forms a major thing, and this is his chart, and you can see his chart, 3rd house Venus. Rodent rating is B, so I don't know how much will you say, but anyway, Venus will not change its position whatever time it is. Okay, so coming here, Albert Einstein, again, he has got Mercury and Saturn both in Saturn is 12 Pisces, 12 degree Pisces, and Mercury is 10 degree Pisces, both in Uttara Bhadrapada in the 12th house. Abstract thinking, this nakshatra, I have seen a lot of people, they say that Mercury is debilitated here and all, but a lot of abstract thinking and mathematicians I have seen with this nakshatra.
Inventors, Togi-ji, inventors.
Yep,
yeah.
Inventors. So the concept of Mercury being debilitated here, his Mercury is debilitated because probably Mercury is 10 degree Pisces. That means he had some Mercury debilitation effects. For example, he was not able to talk when he was young. He was for a long time he was not able to talk. But you can see how maybe, I don't know, debilitation played a role, but not a significant role in his overall life, but in his initial years. He was difficulty talking.
It's just because he was abstract.
Abstract, yep.
Yeah,
yep.
Like you said in the beginning, the abstract intelligence. I think
yes.
you nailed that. Yeah.
So a lot of mathematicians, and with Einstein, another mathematician that many Indians will recognize is our friend here, who was also Srinivasa Ramanujan. And if you see his nakshatra, probably his moon nakshatra itself is Uttara Bhadrapada. Again, birth date 22nd December 1887, Erode, but time is unknown. But if you read the book of The Man Who Knew Infinity by Robert Kanigel, one of my favorite book during my teenage years, and you will see that in the book it is mentioned that he was born during the sunset time. That's what it is said. Now sunset time means sun has to be in the 7th house. We don't know, but anyway, who cares about his lagna? But at least moon is in Uttara Bhadrapada.
They have his birth time actually, Togi-ji. I can get it for you. It is.
Oh, they have it.
Actually.
Yeah,
I'll get it.
So definitely, I know it's his Gemini lagna. So that's it. But exact point of lagna I don't know. But So make sure that don't count me on this 10 degree, but at least he's Gemini Lagna. But you can see that moon is in Uttara Bhadrapada. Again, Srinivasa, abstract thinking. Who can say? Like if you ask him where he gets those formula, he doesn't know. He said, goddess comes and writes and all those. You see that movie. Everyone knows that. I think the movie name itself is The Man Who Knew Infinity, which was the same title of that old book by Canigal, by Robert Canigal. Yeah.
Aditya, just to add from one source that I've taken, product it is 6:20 in the evening, apparently. Srinivas Ramanujan.
6:20 in the evening. So this I have assumed as 6 o'clock. So 20 minutes basically. So 4 minutes for 1 degree. So 4 minutes for 1 degree means basically 5 degrees more. So it is Gemini Lagna. So 15 degree. Again, it will be still Ardra Nakshatra. That means.
He's second pada is what I have actually. But if he was born later, I found his birth time actually from a reliable. So I would trust it is Gemini Lagna. It's probably going to be
okay.
Yeah, you know, and he had the vision of Lakshmi in her temple, how we've discussed
Lakshmi. Exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
And his, once again, incredibly abstract. It seems technical to people, but it's actually not.
Yeah, not.
It's just deep intelligence. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Deep intelligence. So yeah, so understand that's what the power of this nakshatra is, and of course to lay the foundation, like his concepts, his theory, all that about his partition functions and all. Oh my God, I'm using the partition function right now in my calculation, but I'm using it for calculation of hydrogen molecules here. But the partition functions and all those things, great, and that laid even I think his theory is the foundation for studying black holes too. That's what the people are using it now. So his 3 notebooks, famous notebook, Ramanujan's Freud notebooks, still many people are working on it. He died in 1920 at the age of 32, 33. 1920 is more than 100 years, and still we are amazed with the knowledge which is there in his book. So anyway, coming to back to the topic. So remember, that's the power of Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. You can understand the capacity, the mental capacity of this nakshatra, what it is.
It's interesting that you're pointing out mathematicians or scientists. I just think it's a little interesting with what Dr. Paiji was saying earlier with Ketu.
Yep. Yes, Ketu. Yes, Ketu is again, mathematical abstract thinking. Yep.
Very interesting. Yeah, it's worth contemplating.
True. Now this guy here, next guy, Mr. S.R. Rao, birth date July 1st, 1922, Shimoga, Karnataka, unknown birth time again. He was a great father of Indian marine archaeologist. Now he had done a lot of work. If you see his work, find marine archaeology. So trying to go under the deep ocean and trying to see submerged cities, submerged continents, and all those the work he has done. No merger. He just not recently, maybe a decade back, he passed away. But again, I was thinking like, who will be the persons if I talk about Uttara Bhadrapada, deep sea diving and all, who is the person? And I know this guy, Sarah, I read some of his old books. Maybe let's see what his nakshatra is. And not strong Uttara Bhadrapada. Of course, Ketu is in Uttara Bhadrapada, but you see how many planets in Uttara Falguni and Hasta, they are all aspecting Uttara Bhadrapada too. So somehow he's getting that aspect too. 6 degree 52 minutes Uttara Falguni, opposite will be Uttara Bhadrapada. Ascendant, let us not worry because unknown birth time. Saturn, again, opposite will be Uttara Bhadrapada. Rahu, definitely opposite is Ketu, Uttara Bhadrapada. Jupiter, if you take, it may fall in the border of Revati and Revati, in fact, to be precise. But there are several planets which are opposite of Uttara Bhadrapada, and as well as Ketu is in Uttara Bhadrapada. So this is what S.R. Rao, the father of marine archaeologist, tried to read he was going into the depth of ocean and trying to understand the secrets. So he studied Dwarka, studied the coast of Tamil Nadu also, where, Pumpuhar and all those places, old marine places, where there a lot of trade used to happen. If you see the book of Pumpuhar is strongly mentioned in that novel. What was the Mani Mekalai and Silpadikaram in old Sangam literature, classic Sangam literature. So those cities, they say that it's almost submerged now because of the rising level of oceans. But he did a lot of work there. That makes sense. about going deep into the ocean and trying to find it. Now coming back, Sun transits Uttara Bhadrapada, last concept, which is festivals, my favorite section, 18th to 31st March. Now what festivals come during this part, 18th March to 31st March? Can you say some festivals that comes during this period? Any thoughts? This is really, it's not that easy. But
so there is a famous festival in Kerala. There is a Kodingalur Burni that usually happens during that time period. Kind of.
Okay.
Depends actually, but not sure. But yeah. Yeah, Holi, right? Holi and all that happens
Holi
during
will
that time,
come.
right?
Kodangalur Barni is again Bhadrakali, correct? Bhadra, again we say Bhadra.
Yeah, Bhadrakali, yeah. Yeah, I'll talk about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Good, yeah.
Kodangalur. Holi
I
is
don't know
there.
which other Holi is there, right? Yeah.
Correct.
I think Shivratri is over by the time, right?
Shivaratri is mostly over by that time. Yeah.
February, it will be end of February.
Yeah.
End of February, start of March, probably that time. So Holi is definitely one. And we discussed that Holi in Purva Bhadrapada too. Sometimes, things go. So Holi is definitely one, and I had that. Any other festivals that comes in mind? Think. Pause the video. No, viewers should pause the video here and then start thinking. This is like you need to brain teaser,
Yeah, I think there is a Vasant Navaratri and all that, right?
Navaratri, Vasant Panchami. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Probably.
Vasant and all that, right?
Ugadi will come.
Ugadi is definitely one. Exactly. Ugadi is one. Good point. Anyway, let's talk Holi, as Sandeep mentioned. If you see the Holi dates, it falls this year, the Holi falls. So Holi is definitely one of the festival. And last time also we did that Holi festival, correct? No doubt. Purva Bhadrapada, Uttara Bhadrapada, again, the themes are similar. You cannot really differentiate. And fire, and I mentioned about Holika and all those things. So Holi is definitely, I did talk about that. This festival, Easter. Now, if you say Easter, people really don't know how do we celebrate Easter? How do we choose Easter? Now, Easter is nothing but how is Easter day selected? It's purely astronomy. First, you have to see the spring equinox. We know that falls on 20th and 21st March, no doubt. Then you have to see when the full moon happens after the spring equinox. And then the Sunday after that will be the Easter. So the Easter Sunday is the Sunday after the full moon coming after the spring equinox. That's how they select Easter day. So Sunday after the full moon occurring after the spring equinox. So for an example, the spring equinox happens every year, 21st March. Full moon was on 23rd March 2016. And the Sunday which followed it was 27th March 2016. So these dates can change because full moon can go here and there. So this Sunday also will go somewhere here and there. Generally, sometimes, rarely it falls during this March, but most of the time I was seeing the statistics. Most of the time the Easter falls in the first half of April when it is Revati Nakshatra. Now that I will store it for next time when we talk about the connection of Jesus Christ with Revati. That is for the next session. But sometimes Easter may fall here. Okay, so think about that. And as Dr. Pai mentioned, so this is one festival, Easter definitely can come during this section. Because why? Because the sun vernal equinox is here. So that's why Easter falls. There's a small chance that Easter may fall here. Dr. Pai also mentioned Ugadi. I did not have here Ugadi, but Ugadi is also very similar to the concept of vernal equinox. Why we have Ugadi during March, April? Why we don't have Ugadi in month of September, October, somewhere like that? Ugadi is what? The new moon. After the day after the new moon, the year starts from there. Why we choose only that part, that Amavasya of around April to be very special, March, April to be very special. What is Amavasya? When the sun and moon are together. Where is sun during the March, April? It is near vernal equinox. Again, the position of vernal equinox becomes important for selecting Ugadi also. So this is really the first point of Aries. And of course, very near to this, we celebrate Ugadi. And again, it depends upon, Ugadi is not looked to the full moon. The Ugadi is looked for the new moon, basically. Of course, the Hindu months are slightly different, but that's how the concept of New Year also comes during that. Now, why it is celebrated this? Because after equinox, what happened? After equinox, the duration of the day starts increasing, because at equinox, the day and the night are equal. Now, what is day? Sunset to sunrise to sunset is day, sunset to sunrise is night. We know that. So day and night are equal during spring equinox. It was after this point, the day length becomes more and more. So it's like the day is increasing, the light, the amount of light Earth is receiving is more. Light is knowledge, light is removal of ignorance, and blah, blah, blah. You can all talk about that, of course. That's what. So the power of sun increases. That's what they say. No, that's why this becomes very special. Anyway, the other festival is, this is Haritalika Tej, they call, or this is a day before Ganesh Chaturthi. Ganesh Chaturthi. So Chaturthi means the fourth day of the Bhadrapada month, but this is the third day of the Bhadrapada month. See, mostly it is said that this is a famous festival in India, not much that famous, but still many people in Western India, Maharashtra, and all, they have, especially very famous even in Nepal and all. Now, it is said that Lord Shiva accepted Parvati Mata on this day. Now, remember, it is the third day after the Amavasya of August, September. When the Amavasya happened, Amavasya means sun and moon are together. August, September, where is the sun? It is in Leo constellation. Leo constellation means it has to be in Magha or Pura Falguni. Uttara Falguni only a small part, but Magha or Purva Falguni is a nakshatra where the sun will be. So when the moon is there with sun, it is Amavasya. This festival is third day after that. Now, if you say third day, it will be where third day will be, moon will be in the Hasta nakshatra. Let's say if it is Purva Falguni, Uttara Falguni, and Hasta, or you can say Magha, then the next day will be Purva Falguni, second day it will be Uttara Falguni, third day will be Hasta. What is that connection with Uttara Bhadrapada? The opposite is Uttara Bhadrapada. Opposite of Hasta is Uttara Bhadrapada. So the concept of divine marriage, now this, when you say marriage, Shiva Parvati, the same cosmic merging. You can also talk about, I was thinking, what is the Shiva Parvati has to do with Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra? It's basically meditation and spiritual theme, the Kundalini awakening and all. So it's like the Kundalini Shakti arousal concept. It's a deep meaning there. So that's what it is showing something. Shiva accepted Parvati. It's where that Kundalini Shakti is going, and you're getting your the chakra all getting, Sahasrara chakra getting activation. Is that what it is showing? Is that what it is Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra is basically? Because that's what meditation and spirituality is, or the concept of this nakshatra of Purva and Uttara. Maybe something that. Of course, one festival we really forgot, and we talked always from the time zero, when we started this video. There is a very famous festival, which you all know it, but you did not realize it probably till now. What is that festival, which again has got something to do with Uttara Bhadrapada? And you all know it.
Ananta Chaturdashi, which is birth star of Ananta Shesha.
Birth star, yes, that was there. I was trying to find this, but it was getting closer to Dhanishta and Purva Bhadrapada. It was not coming to Uttara Bhadrapada. That's what I found. I was strongly thinking about that too, and I did some research on that. It took me about half an hour doing that, and then I said, no, it doesn't fall, because Ananta, it falls in Bhadrapada month, and it is Chaturdashi. It is not in Bhadrapada, so it falls one day before that. So it falls either in mostly at the start of the Purva Bhadrapada or end of Dhanishta, around that part. It was not coming.
And you will have to know whether we take Amanta or Purnimanta month. So it is North India would be Purnimanta, South India will be Amanta.
Yeah, but you take, Purnimanta and Amanta, even if you take, the day will be the same, the nakshatra will be the same, correct?
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about Bhadrapada month.
Bhadrapada month, yes. That's because already Shravana has started for North Indians, but today, because Shravana started when? Around 13th.
Tomorrow for the South Indians will be Shravana.
Will be Shravana, exactly.
15 days before for the North Indians it's already started.
Correct.
But anyway, it was connected to Shiva.
But there is one more festival coming back. Everyone knows that. Every one of you know it.
I don't know, Diwali or something.
No. Think about the animal which we are talking.
Cow. Gopuja.
Will come in.
No. There is one more animal which we were talking about this nakshatra other than cow.
Um,
A tiger.
No, no, tiger we never spoke here.
snake, actually. Snake or something, right? Naga or
Snake.
something?
Snake.
See,
Snake.
tiger. Easy.
Naga
No,
what?
yes, Naga. Naga, there is a famous festival.
You know, I didn't. Yeah.
This festival, Nag Panchami. You will say, why Nag Panchami I'm talking about? You know what happens? See, Nag Panchami, it's the Panchami day of Shravana month, basically. So for example, let's take this year. Okay, 5 day, it's the Panchami. So 5 day after the Amavasya Tithi. When is Amavasya in 2022? Of Amavasya in 2022, it can be 12 Amavasyas, but this month Amavasya I'm talking. When is that Amavasya? Today is Amavasya.
Today's Amavasya, yeah.
Today is Amavasya. So after this, the Shravana month is going to start. Today is Pushya Nakshatra. 5 days after this will be what? It falls on Hasta Nakshatra. Hasta Nakshatra, again, opposite is what? Uttara Bhadrapada.
Uttara Bhadrapada, yeah.
So Nag Panchami, whenever Nag Panchami is there, Nag Panchami is celebrated when moon is opposite to Uttara Bhadrapada. So again, connection of snakes.
Actually.
That's interesting to see, you know.
Yeah.
Snakes. See, snake nakshatras, we know. If you take snake nakshatras, people will always say, oh, Rohini, it's because it's a animal is snake. Mrigashira, animal is snake. And Ashlesha, people can point out because it's again, the deity itself is snake.
Actually,
but Uttara Bhadrapada is also
the,
snake.
yeah, the Rohini Mrigashira is like the earthly snake because it's the yoni of, it's like all animals, right, of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get to Ashlesha, it makes it very clear it's actually the Naga, which is a completely different thing. And so I think the Ashlesha, Purva Bhadra, Uttara Bhadra, that's the Naga, actually.
Yeah. Maybe spiritual snakes. You know, somehow. So Nag Panchami is something which I never thought about Nag Panchami, but then I said, oh, okay. There is a connection between those Nagas, and we were talking about sea serpents, this, that, blah, 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 from time zero. So this is one of the famous festival which is celebrated when moon is opposite to Uttara Bhadrapada. See, anyway, so Nag Panchami is also one of the. So when you have snake nakshatras, don't forget about Uttara Bhadrapada connection too. There may be some snake connection with that too. So try to look into that Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Anyway, fine. I think, oh my gosh, I'm talking so much. So Uttara Bhadrapada, I don't know. I don't pour the here, but anyway. But it's a later fire for meditation and spirituality. Ayur Budanya is the deity, it's the sea serpent, Saturn plus Jupiter quality, so you can think of. And again, a lot of issues with health, hospitals, medicines, all those things. Tree is the neem tree. Think about again 12th and 6th house. Festival, think about Easter, think about Holi, think about Haritalika, Nag Panchami, what they do, Haritalika, the concept behind the festival. See, it's not about you should learn about this festival, what you will get to learn out of this festival, but the concepts behind that. Haritalika, what it is, Shiva meeting Parvati, what does Shiva meeting Parvati means, the cosmic merger of Kundalini with the merging with the Shakti and all that can give you some essence to unravel the mysteries of the nakshatra. In that way you can learn. Easter is what is Easter? Jesus Christ, getting from the crucifixion and going to the, it's a transformation basically. And all this is transformation nakshatras basically. What is Ayur Budanya? It's a Rudra nakshatra. Rudra is what? Transformation. So there is some transformation associated with these nakshatras.
You know, Togi ji, this whole thing with the equinox as well, and Easter actually it's really a holiday of fertility. It's like eggs and rabbits. What do they have?
Eggs and rabbits. Yes.
They have nothing to do with Jesus. It's actually another holiday.
Easter, the goddess is Yostre actually, and she celebrated. You make bunnies and
bunnies because they breed so much.
Yeah.
Rabbits breed
right, yeah. And you make eggnog and all that, right? If I'm not mistaken, you get eggnog on Easter, right? That's what I call it. Yeah.
It's actually
chocolate also,
spring festival. So it's a spring is about Kama. Actually, it is a Kama nakshatra, interestingly. I mean, there's something a little fascinating about that connection. So yeah, I think the resurrection of Jesus, I guess, has given it some kind of connection to this fertility holiday. But I really think if you want to just go into this on a base level, I think the Romans took the holidays that were present and just slapped them into Christianity to get the rest of the people on board. So there's like a mixture of some kind of village
Yeah.
fertility
So
celebration with.
So many times, missionaries would come and adapt their Christianity towards the local festivals so that the locals could be integrated more. So similar that. So yeah.
Yeah.
True.
So there's something happening with that. Yeah, but it's a fertility spring kind of thing. Yeah.
Fertility again, interesting. Fertility, sixth house again, like a fertility. I don't know. Womb and all will be what, seventh house, correct? I'm just thinking. Sixth house
can
or
be
seventh
fifth
house?
house, right? Fifth house, sixth house, seventh house. Fifth house is children, right? Yeah.
Fifth
Well,
house is children.
seventh house is going to be your reproductive system, because
That's what I was thinking.
eighth house is where you get rid of food.
Correct. Correct.
So it's the other, but it is fascinating in this sense when you guys are talking about the opposite nakshatras here, because you've got Purva and Uttara Falguni. I mean, the whole thing from Ashlesha to Uttara Falguni is extremely it's all about the mothers, the fathers, the genetics, the having children, the marriage bed. But where do children come from? Like what? There's always the inner outer, right? So the outer, the body and the consummation of the marriage and all of that, that's definitely the Falgunis. That Gandanta point between Ashlesha and Magga is definitely the mitochondrial DNA of the mother coming together with the Pitris, the genetics of the father. It's definitely is kind of the sexual politics between men and women between Ashlesha and Magga. It's a very interesting Gandanta. And then from there you get the Purva Falguni and the Uttara Falguni. See, this is a very clear delineation of movement. Whereas directly across from it, you do have these nakshatras that are dealing more with the ethereal element of things. So it makes me wonder, what's that link there? Where are the children being called from? So you got the body, but if you so for instance, like you have Bharani, which is the womb, right? It's the uterus. Correct. But it's also ruled by Yama. It's death. But if you put the two together, it's the reincarnate place of reincarnation, really is what they're saying. Expressing something, even the star of constraint, we're trapped in this human life. I mean, you're trapped in the womb again. And correct, right, according to the law of Yama, you could say, I mean, this is something, so there must be something going on between these two, the Falgunis and the Bhadrapadas, that deal with, because actually in some of the Purans, they do talk about praying to the Bhadrapadas to have good children. They do talk about that. So I don't know if that Lakshmi element is that which grants the fortune, the fate, the abundance. Once again, you have that descending, you have that raining down of grace. So perhaps we're viewing something of the body in the Falgunis, or the union of the parents, or whatever that is happening in that. And here the Bhadrapadas are something about the grace, the fate of the children that will be brought, the raining down. The Bhadrapada could be the Uttara Bhadrapada. Perhaps there must be something happening, because if you actually look at the rituals that were done in these nakshatras, the Purva Bhadrapada, Uttara Bhadrapada has to do with accruing spiritual merit. So what else would give birth to, I mean, look at how fast a household can get torn apart by the wrong child, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
So it is fascinating. You guys keep bringing these opposite nakshatras. I think it's really obvious when you look at Aries Libra, between the male and female reproductive, the medical that's happening there. That's a very obvious one. But if you look across each one, there tends to be this play of opposites. So it might not be so much that Uttara Bhadrapada has anything to do with the body's physical fertility. Not so sure about that. However, it may have something to do with the grace, the hidden side of that, like when someone's trying for so long to have a child, they can't. You know, they go on all these, right? There's these mysterious things. Someone has to interfere through science now, or whatever it is. I guess, you know, what Jyotish is the examination of karma palam, the fruits of karma. That's why we have to be so careful if we're not qualified, and most of us really aren't. I mean, I can speak for myself that how can we really know what someone else's karma is? Like you're stepping into a role of authority there that's very dangerous if you really don't have the clarity, especially if you're just guessing in the dark or you're looking at a vague code. You need to just be careful. But I would just speculate here, keeping my humility intact, because I don't know for sure, that there must be something going on with the grace, the actual grace of that, the hidden side of that. So even though the reproductive system may be in the 7th house, which I've spoken about before, for women, probably for women that are born like biologically as women, you know, just the actual organs, they are in the 7th Aries, so that it actually gets flipped. I mean, Parashara makes hints at this. Of course, he doesn't spell out everything, so I may be ignorant. I always pray that you guys are protected from my ignorance. Anyone listening, please. But it's something for you to contemplate, that it could be flipped in this case, where all the nakshatras within Aries are female reproductive, and it's very obvious, actually. And then the ones in Libra, natural Libra, was the male reproductive. So that becomes a little interesting too, because if you do flip the chart for a female, you're going to have Meena Rashi in the 6th house. Speaking of health.
Right. That's what, yeah, Mercury is getting debilitated there. Venus is getting exalted there. Child kind of thing is also coming up there. Probably once you did have, though the reproductive thing is in the 7th house part for sure, but when it gets bulged up with a child inside, it's definitely going to be 6th house kind of thing too, right? So
right, there's something with that. Because it's interesting, Mangal becomes the Marika if you flip the chart as a woman. Mangal becomes her Marika is Mangal. A male's mark, Venus. Men and women, this notorious opposite thing that happens. Like long-term marriages, just go talk to them. You know. So, but yeah, it is interesting because Mars becomes the Marika, and Guru becomes the governor of the 3rd and 6th. For a man, it's Mercury, 3rd and 6th. Okay, so there probably is some secret that maybe
secret there,
that Uttara Bhadrapada could have to do with the health of a female, her fertility. It would be the heart of her 6th house. I don't know. You know, this is where we'd have to really think. You know, when Rishi Parashara says perhaps look at a woman's chart from her 7th house, especially if the Lord of the 7th is stronger than the Lord of the 1st, if there's more planets in the 7th, he actually says this. Very few people use it. We're very linear in this society. We're very, very linear. We do the same things over and over and over, and we think it's supposed to work. However, if you look at how he was thinking with the Savya and Upsavya nakshatras, he even mentions that things of the nighttime move backwards. So he was definitely thinking in opposite qualities. Just like Ayurveda is full of opposite qualities. That's actually the healing of Ayurveda. The intelligence is rooted in considering opposite qualities and which one has gone out of balance. So Jyotish is very similar. It's all about opposites.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Interesting. Anyway, maybe, maybe this will help someone figure something out that I don't know, but I'm just,
That's interesting point. Yeah, one thing I want to say, Aditya, is that it's very interesting that you're talking about Nagpanchami is coming up also, right? So that's
It's
also very
coming up.
interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, the woman of that also, right? So interesting,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes. And finally, I just put this, I'm counting how much we are. Right now we have covered 45 hours, 34 minutes and 21 seconds for till Purva Bhadrapada. So I think definitely we'll cross 48 hours today. 3 more. I think in another 15 minutes we will cross 3 hours. So if someone watches our videos, they may take full 2 days continuously. They may still and they may not not still come finish it. So we are on the go. We are on the go. So great.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
That
no, great points, Aditya. No, I think what UG mentioned also is very interesting to think about it, actually. So, well, that's great, actually. I think I'm the only person left, so I'll start talking. Okay, having said so, but, what I would say is that, yeah, this is, as Aditya mentioned, it's a long thing. Now that everyone has stimulated my own thinking,
yeah.
this is going to be a longer thing. So go get your coffee, tea, or whatnot, right? That kind of thing. But, I want to highlight a couple of things, actually. No, I think a lot of interesting points and all that. I think, like I said, when Dr. Pai mentioned how Airavat was actually linked with a Naga, and how that he can be linked with Ahi Ravata, actually. That is the origin of Airavat. That's also very interesting thing about. And of course, the Samudra Bandhan, which is a very important theme here, is also there, very much present in Uttara Bhadrapada also. So well, I'll start taking one by one points, actually. So first thing I want to highlight is, there is a unique thing happening in Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Well, the first aspect here is that the Mercury is actually getting debilitated here, and we talked about that. We touched about that at various points. But that can actually be happening here. So what that would mean is that usually these natives are more likely to have expenses coming out of travel, expenses coming out of test reports, lab reports, which is what we are talking about, expenses coming out about communication issues and so forth, mobile phone issues, computer issues, all that kind of thing can naturally happen. Usually these natives will have a problem with technology, similar to that. That's the first thing you can actually say. They'll have a default problem with technology. They'll have some kind of changes. They just can't understand, whatever, I don't know how this phone works, I don't know how this iPad works, that kind of thing. That's a usual thing you'll begin to see. And you'll begin to see that as you get older, when you're about to leave, you're like, you don't care, so you don't care what the new Snapchat is doing. You don't care what Facebook is, elderly people and all that, they just won't care. Same thing as that. The forms of communication as it's advancing in this day and age, you'll begin to see this natural need to know to communicate kind of thing. Or of course, the youth is using Snapchat or whatever they are using in this day and age. But you'll see the elderly people. So this communication issue, this communication gap is very much evident here, especially as you get older. That's the first thing I want to highlight. And of course, Mercury getting debilitated here, 100% they'll have problems with communication issues. So in the sense that either they miscommunicate the same thing, they speak this wrong word. So even I myself was observing what I was saying. I was telling, so even the Dr. Pai to correct that also, even Mount Meru was not the mountain for Samudra Bandhan, it was Mandara mountain actually. So a lot of misspoken words, spoken out of chance, spoken out of turn, all that. So that kind of karma is there. That is one thing you can see also. The other thing also I want to highlight here, Mercury debilitated. Mercury in ancient time was also letters and messages and all that. I mean, Mercury still is that, but no one is going to send a letter in this day and age, right? So, but you'll see usually these natives will again have karma with documents, letters, writings, reports, all that. You did not submit the form correctly to that government office, problems around that. That's a typical thing. You are trying to import something, problems around that, right? That kind of thing. So customs issues, all that, that's a typical thing, of course. And we also mentioned about ports and all that. So ports is a natural karma here. You go to a port, this is what you would normally do. You're trying to buy something, you trade something, all that, right? So that's a big thing. You'll have to show the customs, you'll have to show the documents, all that. So this Mercury getting debilitated is a very important aspect actually. And Mercury, it's very interesting. Also, we could also, one of the words which EVG said that she believed that she did not have the permission to speak on some mantras or something like that. That's one of the words she said. And then 100%, that's a Uttara Bhadrapada problem or a concept. I do not get the permit. I had to get a permit to sell this thing. I had to get a permission from this particular deity to speak about that. Or I had to get a permission from my teacher or from my parents to leave the house or whatever, right? That kind of, this permission karma is the starting point for Mercury actually. Understanding your boundaries, what are you permitted to, what are you not permitted to. So Mercury is actually a form of the structure, and many structures exist actually. Organizations have their own structure, companies have their own structure, schools and institutions have their own structure. The structural problem, you begin to understand that. You begin to understand how the institutions and the structures around that institution for what it is. So every institution, every organization will have its own structure. And it's our choice to belong to one structure or not, or to accept the limitation of that particular structure or a system or not. So that systemic kind of breakdown or systemic kind of understanding is what Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra will actually bring about. So that's a big thing. You begin to understand things deeply. You begin to understand, okay, this is what I can do. I need to get this permission to do something. That kind of thing is Uttara Bhadrapada concept actually. Now, Mercury getting debilitated and Mercury getting Nietzsche is not as bad. So, of course, on the material front, there'll be like this communication issues, permission issues, documentation issues, and all that. But on the spiritual front, there's a very powerful opportunity to explore in the deepest realms of Mercury. So, this is where, in a very powerful ways, this deeper insights and knowledge can actually come. Deeper insights, usually you'll find a lot of channelers, a lot of psychics will get all this Uttara Bhadrapada. They will actually get all this information from out of nowhere. They'll hear some voice, they'll hear something, or they'll get this vision, these pictures and all that. That's a perfect Uttara Bhadrapada thing actually. These natives will be gifted in intuitive writing, intuitive channeling. They just write, they just come out creatively out of nowhere. That kind of thing is a very powerful thing. Now, it's not really out of nowhere, to be frank. Now, that's the other aspect also. In many ways, they have done that karma. They have stored that karma somewhere in the subconscious. At some point, they are able to connect with that original karma. That is what is actually happening. So even gifted Ramanujam and all that, or any geniuses, for instance, Mozart and all that, they were geniuses. Mozart and all that, it said that Mozart was a musician multiple lifetimes. And now this is like the 15th or 16th lifetime, was probably a musician. Of course, he's going to be a genius, similar to that. So many times this karma with work that is still pending will also play out. Now, many cases you will also find Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra is also placement where these natives will be forced to teach or to pass on information or to pass on knowledge. Whether they like it or not, they have a mercurial kind of karma that is there. So they like to pass on the knowledge, they like to write it out, they like to pass on some kind of information and all that. Now, of course, information can be coded or can be in cryptic terms also, but one way or the other, they'll actually pass on that kind of knowledge. That kind of karma will be there. Now, and it is usually you'll find that these nakshatra natives will prefer all this contemplative text, all these mystical texts which require deeper contemplation. Now, the rishis and all that, the rishis were probably writing those texts in the first place because that's the lifestyle they had. They were contemplating a lot, and good chance they were engaged in that particular thing. So this is also the source of a lot of Upanishad kind of thing. Upanishad is also Upanishadic kind of knowledge is like, you have to sit near to the guru and then you're studying. Now there's a technical thing there. There is an actual technical thing that you have to be like a guru, you have to become like a guru and all that. Now this is also the next concept of this word is also upasana as it's called. So even I didn't know what upasana meant. Someone broke it down to me. Upasana actually means upa asana. You're sitting close to that deity. So that deity is sitting close to you. So usually these nakshatra natives will at some point will pick up some upasana, some kind of sadhana, some kind of spiritual sadhana, some kind of spiritual worship or mantras and all that, which they have been doing probably across multiple lifetimes. So that kind of thing is a real strong thing here also. Now the word Uttara, which Dr. Pai also mentioned, Aditya and Yuji also mentioned. One thing I want to say, just it's a simple thing here also, how the idea of like Uttara is later. So typical story of Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra natives that initially they'll have to filter. They'll go through the Samudra Mandhan themselves. They'll go through the whole halal comes, poison comes, they'll learn to filter it out. Then they'll learn, okay, this is Uchesh house, I ride the horse. There is Kamadhenu there, I have to go get the Kamadhenu milk and whatnot. Eventually is when they'll get the Amrita, which is usually late 30s or early 40s or something like that. So usually what happens at that point is when their life will actually begin to stabilize. They'll begin to understand, okay, this is how the world is. This is the institution of the world. This is how the world works. This is the permission I need. This is the permission I should not need. That kind of thing. So you'll begin to understand that. So in general, Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra natives will have their life getting much better in the second half of their life. And that is common. That is true for all the Uttara Nakshatras in general. Now, Purva Nakshatras, you will be carried by the momentum of the Purva Janma Karmas very easily in the first half of your life, very easily. That's why your luck runs out very soon. For Purva Nakshatra natives. Purva Falguni, Purva Bhadrapada, Purva Ashada, They'll carry that energy early on, but then you have to continue work on it. You have to make sure it is fixed also. You have to maintain that thing also. That's a big thing. And that's a real task also. Many times you'll see that. So Uttara Bhadrapada, whereas Uttara Falguni and Uttara Shada Nakshatra, they will be getting the success more or less in the second half of the life. Now, second half of the life, when that karma of that particular planet is going to come into fruition. That's a simpler way to look at that. Because again, the idea is the energy is getting heightened up with the fire is getting up with the Purva Nakshatras. Energy is getting stabilized, as the UG helped me understand, right? Is getting stabilized in the Uttara Nakshatra. So that's one thing. You can see it very easily. Now, having said so, now we'll get to the other points. There's a lot. So it was very interesting. Aditya was actually multitasking. So Aditya was actually multitasking as we are doing this thing. So this multitasking thing. So these natives Mercury is an adaptable planet. Mercury is the child who is capable of doing a lot of things at the same time. Child is playing, child is reading, child is, school time is when you're doing a lot of things actually. When you're an adult, we forget, right? When do we get time to do all these activities, right? So that kind of thing. But anyway, you'll see this particular aspect. This multitasking and problems around multitasking is a typical Uttara Bhadrapada thing. They'll have to learn to multitask. They'll have to learn to handle 2 or 3 different things at the same time. Eventually, they'll have to say, no, this I have to focus on one task. I have to do 2 or 3 things at the most, or I have to focus on one pure thing. So because the energy is being lost or efficiency is being lost and all that. Exactly that's the reason. Mercury is a very efficient planet. How can I make it better? That's a mercurial thing actually. That is also one more thing you'll be able to see. Now, the other interesting thing also, as I mentioned, is also what is very interesting is how, like I said, with the institutions also, Mercury is actually linked with the definitions or terms or defining of the terms. That's a very important point in my opinion. So what are the limitations of logic, or what is the limitation of any knowledge system which you are encountering? The limitation is its original definition within those knowledge systems. Similar to that, the words are the defining factor, or the words are the limitation itself. So every word will create a limitation within that particular knowledge. Even Vedanta, Veda and Anda, what does that mean, right? What does Veda mean? What does Anda mean, right? So do you know the Vedas? Do you know the Anda, right? That's a different thing. So that's a very simple thing. What does the word means actually? This limitation of the word is what these Nakshatra natives have a real struggle with. And that's a big thing. Limitation of the word, we have to go beyond the word. I have to go beyond the logic. What is beyond this particular word? What is this world which this world is creating? What is this world that is beyond this world? That's a real thing actually. That's one real challenge which these natives will have. So all systems, and you will see many times these natives will be naturally drawn to legal professions. They'll try to understand the definitions of all the legal terms. All that you'll be it's following a Jupiter sign after all. Now, what is also interesting is also 12th house of sleep is also there. So you can see it's falling in Pisces. So usually these natives, depending upon the planet, your sleep will be disturbed. They'll be up all night, or they'll be sleeping, sporadically or whatnot. So the sleep karma is one standard thing you can see here. So usually you can say all the sleep issues, right? I don't know, sleep health issues and all that. Sleep health is a big thing nowadays. People who have, for instance, there are some people who, when they go to sleep, because of whatever their body or whatnot, they are unable to breathe properly and all that. So that kind of problem is usually an Uttara Bhadrapada problem in my view. That's a starting point of that. It is part of one of the problems associated with that. And usually, so sleep-related issues, 12th house-related issues can really happen. The other thing with 12th house also, if you carefully think about it, it's very interesting. We talked about children and all that also. Because so sometimes what can happen, if you think about Aries as the first house of birth, where the birth is actually happening, the child is born in first house. The child is born in natural zodiac anyways. If you do the BCP system, when the birth is happening, Aries is active. Simple as that. That's one way to look at that. But before birth, the house before Aries is happening. So which is Pisces, which is 12th house. It's similar to that. So before what you're born, you are in the womb. You are in the water, the ocean of the womb actually, which is the ocean when you're a child actually. So that kind of thing. So things that are happening before your birth can be seen from Pisces in general. So that what that could mean is that, so you are in the womb, what was your parents doing? Your mother and father went to like some place or something, probably there was a challenge in the family or something like that. There was a health issue that, that happened to the grandmother. All that can be seen from the Uttara Bhadrapada thing, because that's a Pisces thing and all that. So it's an interesting concept. Now, this was very interesting because it was one thing I think which UG mentioned with mercury poisoning and all that. So sometimes mercury poisoning can come because the mother is drinking water from mercury pipe and all that. So sometimes you will begin to see this kind of issues happening also. Mercury poisoning kind of thing coming because of that. And Mercury, easily you can see that things that you are unable to control, but someone, your ancestors, your mother, things that happen in the womb, actually. That is one thing you can see. Now, of course, when you're 12th house sleeping and all that, sometimes we talked about hospitals also. So many times when you're sleeping, when you're in hospital, surgery has to happen. So you have to be put to sleep. So that's an anesthesia kind of thing will happen. So usually this karma around coma, anesthesia, all that anesthesia kind of thing might also happen. And of course, anesthesia can also link with Ashwini Nakshatra, because that's a Ketu role nakshatra also. But anesthesia has its own pros and cons. Now, let's not get into that. Now, anyway, the other thing also I want to simply say is that this falling in Pisces after all. So usually one of the easiest things for these natives to do, and we talked about this particular creature through this until this point also, which is fish act. One of the easiest thing for these natives to do is to actually have an aquarium, take care of fish, feed wild fish in pond and lake and all that. Go to ocean and feed fish. In some cases, it was very interesting. You actually see some shivling actually getting water in by these waves of the ocean actually. So sometimes these natives I've seen, they might actually take their shivling to the ocean and they'll offer water to the shivling also. All that kind of thing can happen also. Now, of course, that shivling is going to have a separate quality. That's a different thing. If you want to mix offerings and all that, up to you. But that's one thing you'll have to watch out. But this karma fish is one thing you'll see. So usually a typical thing you can see that you're talking to this person and this person is having Uttara Bhadrapada, there's a fish in the background, or there's a fish decor in the background, or you're having fish in sea, you're having seafood in restaurant and all that. That particular thing is also one more thing you'll begin to see quite easily. Now and of course the tree which we talked about was neem tree. Neem is very interesting because neem itself, you can actually get neem cream for skin. There is this antifungal cream and all that for neem. You can also get all these neem soaps also. So you try to, so sometimes with nakshatra and all that, when you get this soap or cream or anything with those particular nakshatra tree, that particular nakshatra can be strongly activated for you, especially when you take it in also. That kind of thing can also happen, or especially when it has any kind of contact with your body also. You're going to see that. That's a very powerful way to activate that. Now with tree, I want to highlight one more aspect with this idea of there are some trees which is very interesting when you, in certain tantric rituals, especially in rituals where you're trying to remove all these doshas, you have this problem, you're trying to remove that. So sometimes they will actually use certain trees. So for instance, when you're doing Mrityunjay Homa and all that, you'll have like 5 or 6 or 7 different kinds of tree things, actually wooden pieces, and that's what they actually would rotate around your aura and all that, and that's what they actually offer to the fire. So the tree will actually absorb a negative energy, and the negative energy of that wood is actually offered to that fire to be sent to the other lokas. That is the logic there. So in that thing, there is a concept called as niche vrikshas actually. So not all trees are used. So mangoes are like a good thing. You would use some very specific kind of trees which is capable of vibrating or capturing energies and specific resonances and all that. So that's one thing you begin to see. So when you actually use those particular trees, and it was very interesting. One of these rituals which I happen to, which is a common thing here in Kerala anyways. So that kind of thing you begin to see. This person will explain, okay, you do this, your eye problem will be removed. You do this, your mouth problem will be removed. You would take this tree, your arm problem will be removed. You take your kidney problem will be removed. All that kind of thing. Yes, it's very interesting. So certain trees linked with certain ability to absorb certain dosh from specific body parts is something you're going to see. And that is a very interesting thing. That is something I thought was very interesting. And but again, you think about that as like a Mercury debilitation point, a Nicha kind of thing. It's not Ucha Nicha, right? The Vriksha is Nicha. So it is able to dispose of certain energies also. That's also one more thing you can actually begin to see. Now the now we get to some more esoteric concept. Now so for instance, one thing which E.G. also mentioned how Arjuna had to experience the loss of his child, Abhimanyu and all that. But interesting thing about Abhimanyu is Abhimanyu also learned the whole, the Chakravyuha kind of thing when he was in the womb also. He was in the mother's womb. That's when he gained all the knowledge also. So sometimes events that are happening in the womb, that kind of thing. Now, but interestingly, it is said that he only knew half knowledge aspect. So that's a real thing. He only knew how to get into Chakravyuha and demonstrate, but he didn't know how to come out of it. So that's also a real concept. Is there a reflection of that thing? Are you knowing only one half of it, right? That's a real thing actually. That's a real Uttara Bhadrapada problem actually. So they'll actually come across one thing, they'll learn the peak of it, then they recognize there is an entirely, when you know what you know, then you know you don't know also, that kind of thing. That kind of thing becomes very clear. That's a real Uttara Bhadrapada problem, and they have to accept that. They have to accept, I don't know what I don't know kind of thing. That kind of thing is a real problem, actually. And there's a real statistical problem. So it was very interesting. So, well, we'll talk about that. So usually these nakshatra natives will have a statistical kind of problems and all that. So they'll assume statistical probability. They'll assume that is worthwhile. But then that statistics was relevant only for that particular sample data. Maybe a different sample data, it might not be relevant, So you might see that there's need to personalize kind of your situation or that system will be a very important thing actually for Uttara Bhadrapada. Now, one factor, one deity one character at least, whom you can always link with Uttara Bhadrapada is going to be Mercury, which can be linked with Narada actually. So Ahirbunya is the deity. Ahirbunya Samvida is actually conversation between Narada and Ahirbunya. So that is a very rare thing actually. You rarely find Ahirbunya and then you find Narada. Now, of course, Narada is also linked with Narada Bhakti Sutra and all that. So Narada has his own thing. So you'll see this kind of very esoteric text with Narada Bhakti Sutra and all that coming very strongly. And 100%, these nakshatra natives at some point, I can say at some point these natives will either fall at the feet of Vishnu or Ganesha or someone like that. At some point they'll have to fall at the feet of some deity or so. They'll have to surrender, right? Okay, give up. God is up to you. That kind of thing is one real thing they'll have to do. And that's one thing that will improve their karma actually in time. Now the other thing also, with Vishnu himself, we talked about Vishnu also. Vishnu is actually linked with Pisces in many powerful ways. So Vishnu is Pisces. If the form of Vishnu in which he's sleeping is the sleeping form of Vishnu. No deity is sleeping. Shiva is upright, meditating, Brahma is on his lotus and all that. Vishnu is actually sleeping. Now 12th house is Pisces in that way. So worship of Vishnu is a very, very powerful solution here. And I cannot say that enough. Contemplating upon Vishnu and all that, it's a huge, huge thing. Of course, Vishnu's feet is where Lakshmi is residing. So that's also a very interesting concept. Now we are going around all the 12 Rashi. The 12th Rashi of Pisces is linked with the feet. And then we begin to see Lakshmi is there. So, and many times we begin to see, eventually with especially very senior gurus and senior, even you can say very old tantric and all that, just say, I'm just doing what goddess, I'm just doing whatever the goddess wants me to do. I'm just doing whatever my guru wants me to do, or I'm just doing whatever God wants me to do. That kind of aspect of surrendering to the feet of that deity. Now, perhaps, to be frank, there might be some sense of intelligence there actually. When you actually give that up, when you actually surrender to that particular deity, to surrender to that particular guru, you surrender to God, perhaps there is something else that might be coming your way. That's a bigger thing. So that's something to think about, something to be open to about in general. So grace might come in different ways actually, you never know. So that's the other aspect also. So the surrender thing is a very strong thing which these natives will actually have. But the feet of the deity is very interesting. Now feet is very interesting because say you go to a temple and all that in Kerala and all that, where it's a lot of rains, plants and sunshine also. So usually when you go to a temple, when you come out, you're supposed to wash your feet outside at the front side of the house, and then you enter into the house. Now, so there was this concept of that. Okay, you have walked on very holy land of temples and all that. The energized sand particle from the temple ground will stick to your feet, and then at least you'll come to the front of the house, and then you're washing your feet there, so that the energized sand particle will be at the front of your house, so that it is getting stored, that kind of thing. So that is also one more thing you can see. And then of course the house is getting its blessing because that feet is coming there and all that. So that kind of thing you can see. So there was this concept of washing the feet before you enter into a house. That concept is there. So again, that can be linked with Uttara Bhadrapada, that can be linked with Pisces overall. But this interesting concept, okay, what should you be leaving outside before you enter into the temple or before you enter into a home? Is there something you are kept outside before you enter into something? Or before you approach a guru, before you are approaching Upanishad, should you be leaving all your external philosophies outside? That kind of thing. Similar to that. So that kind of what should be kept outside is also a real concept there. Now, the other aspect also I want to highlight here is, there is a very interesting thing. 12th house in general, Pisces in general can be connected with anything about to end. This can be included in anything. So you're about to die. The 12th house of Pisces can be looked at. One way or the other, Pisces 12th house can be involved. Another way to look at that, you are actually, a day is about to end in a temple. And then the nighttime puja is happening. The final version of the deity can be linked with Pisces. That is one way to look at it. The morning version is Aries. Noontime is like, noontime is probably Capricorn or something like that, or whatever, right? 10th house thing and all that. But then 7th house, evening time is the 7th house thing. And the final night time can be a Pisces thing. So sometimes some remedies might require you to visit a deity in a nighttime kind of thing. That is also one more thing. It could be a 12th house thing. You might actually have to go to a temple night time. You have to meditate in the temple night time, especially when the temple is open and all that. That kind of thing. Now, night time is when all the tantrics are up alive, all these aguris and all that, they are up in the night time actually. All the mantra people are doing that thing, So you can see that. You can see that having its own potential and all that. But that's the other aspect also. You're kind of learning the mysteries and all that. And of course, now now here there are a couple more things I want to highlight. Now, of course, Lakshmi, we talked about Lakshmi. Now, what not many people recognize or even know is that there is a whole deeper Lakshmi Tantra that is out there. I mean, I just saw the book, but that makes perfect sense, so that there should be Lakshmi Tantra. There can be a tantric system with Lakshmi. And of course, the Ashtalakshmi and all that, there's multiple variations of that. What was very surprising for me is when I actually came across one particular form of Lakshmi called as Samrajya Lakshmi. The Lakshmi that was worshipped by emperors to get empire. So perhaps that particular form of Lakshmi would, bestow you huge wealth, huge corporation, all that. So that particular existence of that huge thing or something, now that and all is here with you. Hardcore, no one is going to share that very easily. I mean, there is one temple somewhere in Tamil Nadu or something, but if you do find that, great. Your corporation will get very good blessings of Lakshmi and all that. That particular thing can happen. But Lakshmi Tantra is a very specific thing that is there. Now, the other big thing, the other aspect which can be linked is certainly some more other concepts actually. One concept is that of, and if you look at Uttara Bhadrapada as a point where Mercury is getting debilitated, in simple terms, all the Mercury-related nakshatras will have a link with Uttara Bhadrapada. That will be the foundation for all the Mercury-related nakshatras. So Jyeshta Nakshatra, which is Indra. And then you have Ashlesha Nakshatra, which is Nagas. And you have Revati Nakshatra, which is Pusha. 100%, one way or the other, those nakshatras will have to, the lowest point as far as the Shakti is concerned is going to be Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. So many ways you find that these particular nakshatras will have a direct link with Uttara Bhadrapada also. So for instance, it is very interesting. For Ashlesha Nakshatra, one way to calm down this Naga Devatas. There is a, when you're doing puja for Naga Devis and all that, Devis of Naga Devatas and all that, you actually offer neem leaves. So for instance, they say, you actually offer neem leaves to the fire. You might do puja of the, there is a very famous stotra which I recommend for people who are having all this Nagadosh and all that. It's called as the Navanaga stotra. Now there is Ashtanaga stotra, there is a Navanaga stotra. Navanaga stotra being the Vaishnavite version, Ashtanaga being the Shaivite version. Both works. But this particular stotram, they say actually to offer, chant the stotram 1,000 times on Nag Panchami day or something like that, and you offer neem leaves 1,000 times to that particular fire. So if you, of course, 1 lakh and all that, 1,25,000 times the standard thing. But you can do that. That is an easy way to improve that. But neem leaves is offered pointing to this Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra link. That's a big thing. That's a huge thing actually. Now Airavat is making it interesting because of this Jyeshta link actually. Jyeshta is linked with, is it possible to say that Jyeshta is linked with Indra's vehicle is Airavat, or Indra's mount is Airavat, or Indra's link with Airavat? Can we say that because of Uttara Bhadrapada also, can we say that Naga kind of link can play out with Airavat? That is also one more way to look at that. This is very interesting. Of course, Revati is the actual elephant. So can we say we might have elephant-like stuck problems there actually, right? That's the other way also. You can see that. So these nakshatra might have some kind of challenges there. Now, the other very interesting thing here is the animal of cow. So we'll talk about cow a little bit. But before that, one word is also, now Lakshmi is there. Now, it's very interesting in the Navratra, if Lakshmi is very important. In the Navaratri, the first 3 days is actually devoted to goddess Kali actually. So that's a very interesting thing to see. So this goddess Kali is actually given first 3 days, and then you get Lakshmi is given 3 days. So that's a very important thing to recognize also. And then you get Saraswati. So what happens when you only chase Lakshmi? Well, you're missing out on Kali. Well, you might go for Lakshmi and Saraswati, but then you're missing out on Kali. Then the goddess is like only 2/3 full for you. Simple as that. So it's very important to actually honor this initial kind of devatas and so forth. So sometimes there is this concept of how you honor the outside deity before you worship the inside deity. That kind of thing. So many tantric sampradayas and all that, they'll have very specific kind of goddesses outside. There'll be a mandala, there'll be multiple circles and all that. First, you have to honor the Kshetrapala. Only then can you enter into the next Kshetra and start doing the thing and all that. That's a typical thing before you can actually worship the inner deities, right? So that's a real thing. Now, all this Srividya tradition and all that, you'll be able to see that there are these outer goddesses, and then you have to worship the inner goddesses. In fact, in the Sri Chakra itself, there are many outside goddesses in each of those things. And finally, the innermost triangle is the Nitya Devi, and within that, at the top of that, the top of the pyramid is basically Lalitambiga and all that. So that's the concept actually. So this concept of actually entering into addressing the deities who are outside of a particular deity, that's a very important thing. Now, within that context, a very important deity, and especially for Bhadrapada, is Bhadragali. No doubt about that. Now, what is interesting about Bhadragali? Of course, Bhadragali, ferocious deity, different versions of Bhadragali exist. So in Kerala, for instance, this particular aspect in which Darukasur is the Daruka goddess. Bhadragali is defeating the Asura called as Darukasura, actually. And that is the Sampradaya that is followed in Kerala. In fact, in Kerala, there is another Sampradaya thing, which is called as, so some temples are established based on this particular thing. The concept of the Devi that is honored is the goddess Bhadragali, who was defeated is Darukasur, and she's stabilized right now, she's smiling, is a concept that actually. She is stabilized. This is a Bhadragali. So Bhadragali is the goddess who is smiling actually. That's a simple way to look at that. She's much more auspicious. She's not Mahakali. She's not Ugadi, nothing like that. She's like, she's a Bhadragali. So there's a smiling version of these gods and goddesses. Sometimes these benign forms of these gods and goddesses can also be there, but Bhadragali is still Bhadragali, Doesn't mean that, she just, even if she's smiling, you don't ignore her and all that. That's the other aspect. Of course, 100% when you honor Bhadrakali and all that, 100% natural sequence is going to be Lakshmi and Saraswati. In fact, the concept of Bhagavati in Kerala temples and all that is like she's the goddess who will become Kali-like when you need. She'll become Lakshmi-like when according to your prayer, and become Saraswati-like according to your prayer. So that's a very important aspect actually. So that's a very other important aspect also. So many times you find these natives, you'll find these natives are very likely at some point to follow the feet of the goddess Bhadragali. It's something like that with might happen. So usually this kind of thing means, Kerala thing and all that, it means that you have been possessed by an entity, a ghost that possessed you, some kind of spirit has attached to you, and now you have to get rid of the thing, get rid of the spirit. So you go to all these standard temples in Kerala and all that. So for instance, Kodungalur Bhagavati temple, Kodungalur Bhadragali temple, very famous temple, hardcore Kerala. Now, Kodungalur is a very famous temple because that is supposed to be the Mula Kshetra of Kali. That's the legend of that thing. The energy is so powerful and all that. So very old temple things are being done. So that particular temple and all that is very good. And of course, you have lot of other temples are also linked with Bhadra. I mean, Kerala is everywhere you find Bhadrakali and all that. So communities are built around Bhadrakali. That's a typical thing in Kerala. You find a lot of things like that actually. But one way or the other, this karma of this particular goddess, Bhadrakali aspect can actually play out. And of course, when you worship Bhadrakali, now interesting thing is that now the moment Bhadrakali, the Saturnian element is taking care of Venus getting exalted element, Lakshmi kind of energy can easily come out. So Lakshmi Tantra and all that can just be like a cake in the park kind of thing, right? Walk in the park kind of thing, right? Have some cake in the park also at the same time, right? So that kind of thing you can see. Now the other thing I can say, one interesting thing here, so I didn't mention is a link with Bhadrakali. And of course, Bhadrakali herself is having different variations depending upon the tantras you worship, actually, depending upon the tantras and all that. So as I mentioned, that is a different thing. And of course, for instance, in Nakshatra terminology, Bhadrakali was it's very interesting. Dr. Pai mentioned, I was just reading through Wikipedia when he was talking about that. So when Daksha was doing his yajna, Bhadrakali came out of Shiva's matted hair, where Ganga is there, and she came out of the matted hair, and then she actually allowed Veerabhadra he woke up Veerabhadra, and then Veerabhadra and Bhadrakali, everyone went and destroyed Daksha's yajna actually. So whatever we talked about, all that is actually coming up together in this Bhadrakali thing actually. So it was very interesting to see that play out also. The other interesting thing, of course, I didn't mention about all these, ghosts and ghosts and all that. So many times you find in Kerala and all that, you find this unique thing that, okay, there is a yakshi or a ghost or a other entity being or a other fearsome being that is worshipped outside a temple. Now the concept is that particular entity or a spirit was probably attacking or creating havoc in that land, but because that spirit was killed or slayed by that particular goddess, now that spirit has become enlightened. Now that spirit is capable of giving you wisdom and all that. So many times you actually have to offer or honor these particular deities also. That is also one thing. So you have all these yakshis and all that, So well, you have all these Malayalam movies made of these yakshis and all that. It's a typical ghost stories. So now what is interesting thing about yakshi though is the next big thing actually, which I want to talk about. Now yakshis are usually residing on all these palm trees. So you find a palm tree, usually you say, okay, there is a yakshi residing under that. So that kind of thing. So many times you have to be cautious of this palm trees and all that. Now, palm trees is a big thing. Palm trees are a huge thing as far as knowledge seekers are concerned. Because in ancient times and all that, the actual knowledge was actually written on palm leaves. Similar to that. So, palm leaf, palm leaf text are still, thousands of years old, can still hold the old knowledge and all that. So usually you'll see that these nakshatra natives will have a default karma with knowledge also. They'll have a default thing. They'll be more comfortable in academic setting. They'll be more comfortable in becoming mathematicians, research, working with numbers, statistics, all that is a typical big data and all that. Perfect thing for these natives actually, because they can deal with knowledge quite easily. Now, palm leaf kind of karma can also be there. So sometimes they might actually have to go to Nadia astrologers. And of course, depending upon your karma, you might get a fake Nadia astrologer, or you might go to a good Nadia astrologer, or finally you might learn everything about your life and all that. So one way or other, this palm leaf karma will actually play out. That kind of thing can also play out actually. And palm leaf is having a lot of things. Actually, palm itself is having its own thing. Palm trees used to make alcohol. Palm trees also used to make jaggery also. You can get palm tree jaggery. So all this kind of thing is there. So sometimes using these kind of items can also be beneficial also in that regard. Now, in one way or other, what is interesting here with palm leaf and palm trees, all that. Now, 10th house from that. So we talked about opposite nakshatra concept here. We can also look at the 10th house nakshatra. That is also one more thing in my opinion. So 10th house from Pisces is actually linked with Sagittarius, which is mountains actually. So many times these nakshatra natives, when they visit all these holy mountains and all that, it can be extremely powerful. Now, one of the easiest standard mountains to visit is Govardhan for Krishna and all that. That's a standard mountain you can go. But another mountain which is very interesting is this Arunachala mountain in Tiruvannamalai in Tamil Nadu and all that. Now, a yogi online was basically telling, when he went to this mountain in the nighttime when he was sleeping, he suddenly felt like, he woke up in a library of the rishis actually. He found that there was a lot of rishi thing going on. There were a lot of scriptures around and all that in the mountain. And he felt that it was as if all the rishis of India, they came down to this mountain, they deposited their knowledge and then they went away. So that kind of thing. So sometimes these natural sacred lands and all that might actually give you a blessing of knowledge. So sometimes when you go to certain pilgrimage spots, you might actually get a blessing of knowledge. Could be like mountains, sacred lakes, all that. But mountain for sure, you can see that. Especially the Arunachala mountain, 100%. It's very famous for Ramana Maharshi's ashram and all that. It's famous for the one of the lingas, Agni Linga, if I'm not mistaken, which is very, very fiery, blazing and all that. But then, like I said, it's a very, sometimes you visit all these sacred mountains and you actually come out with a blessing of certain planet and all that. That can really come alive here for Arunachala. Now, the final thing, well, two more things actually. The final, one of the things I want to highlight also, and of course, this is where certain Vishnu, we talked about Vishnu. Now, Vishnu is famous because his Vishnu Sahasranama is quite famous, right? So Vishnu is, everyone knows Vishnu Sahasranama. The Sahasranama, there's a Vishnu Sahasranama is something everyone do. Everyone knows about. No one is going to chant Kali Sahasranama. No one is going to chant Durga Sahasranama. Vishnu Sahasranama, at least there are people chanting, Lalita Sahasranama, okay, to a point people are chanting. You hear people talk about that. But Vishnu Sahasranama, for sure people are chanting. Now, one thing I can say, Vishnu Sahasranama, again, you're talking about 1,000 names actually, or 1,000 namas. That's a very important point also. So 1,000 names. So each of those namas. So what? So say someone doesn't know Vishnu Sahasranama, 1,000 names. What happens if they know one name at least? Well, you still get the blessing of Vishnu because you have accessed Vishnu in that particular nama form. So that's a very important concept actually. The moment this particular nama is still carrying the essence of Vishnu, but still that nama is also an independent nama by itself. That's a very important concept. So in many ways, that is a direct, this names of gods is one easy way to connect with that goddess also. So you begin to see that these nakshatra natives in general will find easier way to compress a particular knowledge or easy formula or easy sutra or something like that. They'll actually be working with that. And that is the real essence of that. And of course, each of those namas are entire universe by itself. They have complete stories, complete characters and all that. Complete energies in motion when you connect with each of those namas. All that is a different thing. And that is actually linking with the idea which I said, how one institution is defined by the rules and the policies and all that. Same thing, each nama will have its own kind of policy, its own kind of blessings and all that. That kind of thing you can also do. Now, the final point which I want to talk about is basically this idea of cow actually. There's a linkage of cow with Uttara Bhadrapada. Now, the cow thing is a very, very interesting concept. Now, there is one of these Shaivite gurus that's actually written this very interesting alien text called as Lemurian scrolls. So you can find that the book online. So this Lemurian scrolls. So this Lemurian scrolls talks about there was a point in time where you have Lemuria actually. So one theory is that Lemuria was India and the Indian Ocean was Lemuria, different in ancient continent, which was highly advanced technologically, and you have it was eventually submerged by the sea and all that. There's another theory which says Lemuria is outside, still the Lemuria exists in another dimension. Lemuria is part of different plane or whatnot. All that theory is there. But no matter what, the scrolls exist. The scrolls are written by an enlightened guru. This guy, this guru actually went to Hawaii and established a temple there, and all that is there. Now, this was one of my initial places how I even discovered all these kind of mythology and all that thing actually. So I have a special respect for this particular guru in terms of having at least helped me, getting some light and all that. Now, what was interesting though, the Lemurian scrolls, so you're doing all this alien conspiracy research, and then you come up with a Hindu guru has actually written a text on alien things actually, or a Lemurian scroll kind of thing. So in Lemurian scrolls, he has actually mentioned some really deep mysteries about cows and all that. So he was basically saying in ancient Lemurian and all that, it was basically like an ashram setup where you would have all these matavasis and all that. They would actually be getting the direct energies of Shiva from the milk of the cow. They would actually get the darshan of the deity directly from the milk. And of course, the cow had to be, there would be someone actually singing flute music for the cow, someone would be brushing the cow, someone would be doing,
Santhip, I just wanted to ask you to remind me about the cows, because I have something to add to this. I want you to finish.
Yeah.
But I have something to add that may support this. Actually.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Sure, yeah. So this particular thing is that, so when the cow was actually take care for in a very nourished, in a very caring manner. So you are actually you're making the cow enjoy music. You're giving food to the cow, giving great food to the cow. You're brushing the cow. You're taking care of the cow. When the Shastric way of maintaining the cow was maintained, then the milk that you could get from the cow, literally, you could get energies, wisdom, you could clear out your karma just from the milk of the cow. That's a very interesting thing. In fact, even nowadays also they say anytime a lizard, now lizard is Ketu actually, if a lizard falls on you, if you want to purify your karma, like immediately they say take a bath quickly and look at a plate of ghee. Make sure you're looking at the ghee actually to get a darshan directly from the ghee. So that's this kind of concept of cows, the milk of the cow becoming very special is very interesting. Now, in fact, what they had is that in this particular book, it is referred to that people who were having a stronger affinity towards Ganesha would always pick up all these fruits and vegetables from the ground or from the trees and whatnot. They would get the nuts and all that from there. The people who would have a strong affinity to Kartikeya, they would be wearing orange, and they are more likely to drink from, they would get the darshan from goat's milk actually. But people who have a direct link with Shiva, they would actually be getting the darshan from cow directly. So again, you will see this progression of sorts. It's a very interesting progression, and they will be dressed in white actually. The cow people will be dressed in white. That's an interesting thing. You can see. It's a very, very interesting thing also. But what is making these cows very more fascinating, and the whole idea of rain is also very fascinating. And supposedly it said that cows can actually predict when it's about to rain. Well, we talked about it being hot. When everything is hot, the cow will actually stand up. It'll be standing actually. When it's about to rain, when it becomes cold, cows actually sit down. Now, that's a very interesting thing you could see. So they say, like, when the cows are sitting down, you can say, okay, it's cold, it's about to rain. That kind of thing you can say actually. So it's one of those things you can say. But what is fascinating about this is that in all the Vedas and all that, when you're looking at the prayers, you're going to see almost all the prayers are like, give me cattle, give me rain. You're going to see that. That's all the prayers. What's going on there, right? So there's something else going on here. So is it possible that when you get cow, your life can change? Is it possible something deeper can come when you take care of a cow? Is it possible that even when rain is happening, is it possible that something else is going on when it's raining? So is it, and like Dr. Pai mentioned in the movie reference and all that, is there something instinctive about rain? Is there something actually divine about rain? That is something to think about. So Shiva is a lot of thunderstorms and all that. Is there something, can you consider every rainfall as a blessing from God Shiva? That's a deep thing to think about, 100%. So that's so there is some real deep mysteries about cows and rains and all that. And in my opinion, I can 100% say the moment when a cow is honored, in fact, houses where go puja has been done, 100% houses will get blessings and all that, and many times one of the rituals is that they'll bring a cow to the front of the house. They'll actually make the cow put its first one of the right foot of the cow will be put into the house actually. That's a go puja concept actually, And when they do that kind of thing, actually that house will attain prosperity, blessing can come and all that. And perhaps the Lakshmi, what we are thinking about, could be cows also. When you take care of a cow, when you actually honor cows and all that, that can bring big blessings. Even if you don't have cow, even if a cow comes into land and leaves, or even if you see the sight of a cow, even that also is considered to be auspicious thing actually. But think about that. They were actually getting direct knowledge from Shiva, from cow's milk. So what's going on there, right? So that itself is a big thing. So there is a lot of mysteries there and all that. And 100%. And definitely at some point, 100% there is a lot more mysteries there, and cow has its own thing. Every aspect of, all that is there. We talked about, Nandini and all that, all that we talked about also. Now, so that's what I actually have to share. Now, the final thing I want to say is that if it's raining, consider it as like an actual blessing of a deity. What would it be? Movies for sure. Movies do have something instinctive for sure, not out of that. Raining for sure is a blessing of a god that is coming, in my opinion. Heavy thunderstorms and all that, we have perhaps lost in touch with nature how to get the real blessings of
that Atiratram,
rain. Adiratram, yeah.
Adiratram.
Yeah. Aditya, in which they actually do this havan for like 1 whole week or 2 weeks or something. Finally, they burn the whole thing, and it's guaranteed that it will always rain in the end. So that is how it is actually. So they would do that. So it's one of those things. So this rain thing is a very, very powerful thing. But more importantly, rains are actually spoken about in the Vedas. Vedas never said give us gold. Vedas never said give us like silver. They actually said give us rains, give us like cattle. So what's going on there? So sometimes, when you're around rain, when you go to parts of the world where there is rain, energetically, there is something deeper that can happen. That I can definitely say for sure. But yeah. So that's what I have. So that's the end of, my talk actually. Yeah.
Santhip, just before we move on, because the cow thing, imagine if taking care of a cow is like that, and then you have all these countries slaughtering them. Really think about this, really. There's recently, my mother told me a story, just out of the blue, about a Celtic story about cows. And I know, Dr. Paiji, you lived in Ireland, right? I think this is it's actually Welsh. This story is Welsh, but I wonder if, I don't, huh?
For 4.5 years, I was in Ireland.
Yeah, so I don't know if they have the same story. It was so random that it stuck with me, and I was a little surprised by it because of how the culture has turned into eating so many cows, and that's where so there's this old Welsh story about the first cow. This is before our talk, just like 2 days ago. So I remembered, I was like, oh, I have to remember this. So a beautiful celestial maiden comes out of an ocean, and there's this man there, and I guess she chooses him as a partner, and with her comes this magical cow, a sacred cow, and this cow gives milk to this whole village, and this man becomes incredibly wealthy because the milk heals illnesses. It does all, it's profound, like everyone wants to buy milk from this cow. And there's some kind of secret that this celestial maiden has, that she's able to produce more of these cows. So he eventually has a lot of these cows, and the whole, he becomes so wealthy because people from everywhere are coming to get his milk, the milk from these celestial cows, these magical cows. So he becomes so wealthy that it perverts his thinking. And he starts thinking, well, if their milk does this, what does their meat do? What does it do to eat them? And he decides he's going to kill the first cow and serve it to the village. And this woman, I guess this goddess, I don't know, I'm not so familiar with Celtic, but I guess she's like a otherworldly woman. She knows his thoughts. And before he can do this, she actually takes the cow and all the magical cows, and she says, humans don't deserve this. And she takes them back deep into the ocean. There's the fact that story is even in the West. It just really surprised me. It really surprised me, because India's been the only country to really uphold You know, this idea of not harming them. I think that every other country eats them. I mean, lives off of them like this. Very, very fascinating to me. Anyway, not
Yeah,
to
the cow thing is it's very interesting, Yuji. I want to add one quick thing about cow. It said that it is they said that one of the final incarnations as an animal that a spirit will go through is going to be that of a cow before it becomes a human being.
before
It makes sense from a Pisces. Yeah, so Pisces being the Aries, 12th house from Aries.
Pisces
Aries
is the
can be
previous life. They say that
actually, yeah.
the secret of the previous life is supposed to be in the 12th house and the
Yeah.
Dwadasamsha.
Then why not
exactly right.
elephant? Why
Now
not Barney?
but see, think about it. It's the heart of
Revati.
Pisces, right?
The
Heart of
Revati.
Pisces, right? Now could be true. Perhaps elephant could also be a starting point also. Could be lion also could be a starting point for lion, for human thing. But what is interesting is that, the cow thing, but look at what a cow does though. That is the key. Cow is actually in harmony with the humans. Cow is giving milk to the humans. So
Well, they cry.
humans,
They actually cry. They're very bonded. Very interesting about a cow, because most farm animals, some of them, you even have to bond them to their baby. Like a goat can actually not even recognize its own baby. You'd have to bond the mother and the baby. The goat's kind of in its own, they're a little bit more wily, and they're not so steady, devoted, emotionally.
You're correct.
Emotionally
Yuji.
sophisticated. Cows are actually, they will cry when you cry. They like music. Like if they bond.
No,
with you,
even though if you're ill, they will come to know. Because
Yes,
my mother
that's
used to say, because my mother, when she was young, in the village, she had that experience. She will say that there was cow in her house, my maternal grandparents' house, and she has said that cow will not eat. Someone is ill, the cow will not eat. That she will cry. So my mother has said that. She has noticed it.
They do. They'll produce actual tears, especially if you take away their baby or someone they really care about leaves, and they actually will grieve that. So that shows an emotional sophistication that, like, let's say a goat, I'm not saying to go kill goats either. When you're causing anything pain, we do need to think about that. If anything, if we're causing anything pain, we need to think about it. But cows, there's something very, even the fact that the Welsh people, because that's near the UK, that is the UK, that's like a main place of like cattle farming and people eating them. So the fact that story came from there, it just really surprised me. So maybe at one time,
So perhaps there was a culture that was unified all around the world, kind of thing. Perhaps there was a different time and era when the stories was actually pointing to a unification and all that. So of course, you look at the world mythological story, you can definitely see parallels. They're talking about the same thing. You can almost sense that they are talking about the same kind of consciousness action. So caring for the cow, or what it entails, what it requires to be maintained and all that. 100% you can see that. No doubt, actually. But but the cow thing is very interesting because if humans were put in place as cows, well, cows giving milk to like humans act. If humans are, so you could say cows can be considered as lower life forms to human, at least for the timing, let's assume like that. Then humans can be considered lower life forms to devas. Well, to devas and all this, devaganas and all that, now you might have to become like cow. You might have to give milk to the cow. You might have to give like your own milk to the devas actually. That could be happening. That's the real thing that could be happening also. When you do that, that's only then can you attain moksha also. That's the formula there. That's a hidden formula there from Pisces to Aries, right? So Pisces like moksha, you start giving all your milk, all your money, everything to devas, right? And then eventually devas are okay, here is someone who has recognized us.
Your devotion.
Yeah, who has given recognized the energies and all that. Exactly right. Your devotion, all that. Exactly right.
See,
so that's a very interesting thing also. Good, yeah.
In the stories, they will say that Dashrath had a connection with devatas, and a lot of kings used to have connection with devatas. They were not that separate as now we are distinct. These people will come meet like their friends and all.
You can't compare the old kings to these whatever we have.
Like in Devasur Sangram and all, Mr. Dashrath went actually to help.
Yeah, exactly that. So of course, in different yugas, the different connection can be maintained. But it is true. But if you think like that, then it makes perfect sense. Okay, cow will be able to give milk to the humans. What can humans give to the gods, right? What is the corresponding equivalent? That's something to think about. So, of course, cows giving milk, we might have to give devotion, as you said. We might have to do mantras. We might have to do sadhana, or what, right? That kind of thing could be the other thing also. But
And at the
eventually, it
same-
could be that when you do the same thing, eventually you might also get to the Devaloka also eventually. So that could be natural progression also.
And at the same time, you need to protect your other lower beings too. So protecting other animals,
Exactly correct,
protecting
yeah.
snakes, protecting
That.
all
Exactly
that.
correct.
I think there's
Yeah.
something in
Exactly
that
correct.
that's very
that.
Yeah.
important about the human form is that we have a very specific kind of intelligence that's able to actually protect this earth if we use it correctly.
Yeah.
It's actually able to protect everything.
Yeah.
Or exploit it. That same intelligence can either exploit or protect. Is very interesting. The other thing here is definitely linked with that, the way love is, the free giving of the milk in this way. Like, if it's real love, you don't expect anything from the one you love. If it's real love, like when you obligate, now you can't call that love. You could call it something else. It could be so many other things. It could even be a form of devotion. I'm not speaking bad about that. I'm just saying that pure love will never obligate. Cows in some ways have that. Like in some way, it might not be what our experiences of it. We don't know their experience, actually. It's very funny when scientists go on to me and they're like, oh, this animal thinks this. Like, how do you know? You can't even or, this animal, it seems that they're doing, how do they really know? But it does seem that cows, actually all mothers, because even a cat, very interestingly, will nurse other babies when it's giving milk. When any animal is giving milk in the wild, if there's a stranded baby, they will very commonly let that baby, even if it's a predator animal like a tiger, it will let like a baby deer nurse if it's nursing a baby. That's very strange, but cows in general will just give and give and give and give and give and not even really complain.
So I think so you're right. So Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra natives can definitely get exploited because of that. That kind of thing. They might continue to give. They might eventually have to learn when to do the boundaries in themselves. That takes time.
So sacrifice.
Saturn has to mature. Yeah.
The same concept of Andromeda, the girl in the mythological story, and the sixth house effect.
Yeah.
And Seva. One word with the sixth house is Seva. Big word. Yeah.
So what Seva we should do,
I think we are talking now, right? We are doing Seva.
Jyotish Bollywood.
Maybe I'm just saying we should also do some Seva. We should also do something for animals and all. Yeah, I don't know what.
I think eventually the Seva is an interesting idea. So we need not go to an ashram and all that, but we can always do Seva Vargaret also. So I think that's the starting point actually. But then at least when you start there, then eventually everything will follow. Do Seva to your own families first.
Seva to your own self, man. Eat properly and sleep properly these days,
Yeah, of course, that is a default thing.
Seva for ourselves. Start with that probably.
Yeah.
Which means I don't do. Sleep properly and do everything.
You really see sixth house is Seva, and sixth house is also the animals, pets that you used to keep at home, which means the cow. Like you were mentioning about the cow, my maternal uncle used to say, we had cows in the village, in our house, in my grandparents' house. He once told me that if the cow has a mechanism inbuilt within them, if somebody is sick inside the family, the cow can sense it, and they are left free to go and gaze. They go to the mountains and they eat specific herbs. They come back because they gave the milk, right? And the milk has the nutrients of that herbs.
That's incredible.
That's very true. He said they know which mountaintop they will go gaze, and they will take specific herbs and plants they will eat, and that will cure the. So you'll have to, whenever you fall sick, don't drink from anybody else's outside. Drink the milk from your own house, because the cow already knows what is needed for healing you.
Yeah.
And if something also is dangerous, sometimes which can befall on the family, the animals can take it on themselves, and usually they pass away.
Yeah.
You see, the cows can usually, instead of a family member dying, the cow will die. That's the
So the advantage is that when a cow dies amongst human, their next birth immediately could be human. So that is one thing. So in fact, they say even when you're doing sacrifices of these buffaloes and goats and all that, the concept is that you are preparing that animal in a very specific way, and then the animal's progress is very quickly happening also. So that is also the bali and all that, right? So when you're doing bali, that is also one more concept.
But
this is
and the concept of bali also, Santhip.
Yeah.
Buffaloes and goats were usually given as sacrificial animal. Buffalo is Saturn, goat is Mars.
Right.
Both are basics. That's why you sacrifice them, but you never sacrifice them. Because mostly cows were considered as Jupiter or Venus.
Yeah, there was one Vedic ritual, I forgot the name, to cows were sacrificed. I forgot the name, in which they would actually do it's Vedas actually. So you can, one of the things, Ashwamedha is famous. Ashwamedha thing is they actually do, in which the horse will go and roam and all that. Finally, the horse will be sacrificed.
Guys, we need to be careful about these translations too.
Translation, exactly.
I will say the British have translated certain things, and I used to think people were just being perhaps overly patriotic and getting very fanatic because they would tell me these things. Then I ended up reading it myself. And there are things that I've looked at that I actually think the British, I know for certain that the translation, they didn't have the depth of understanding for Sanskrit. So it's just very mechanical and very linear, and it's not probably what the text is saying. Specifically with Rig Veda, it's a different kind of Sanskrit. It's actually
that's a different set of problems for sure. Translation is one thing.
Translation's kind of weird, so I do know about all the animal sacrifices. I mean, Charaka Samhita is full of meat, like different, the medicines of a different animal's, body, their muscle tissue, their fat, everything. I mean, it has tiger in it, literally. It has everything you can think of, lizard, this, that. So it's definitely was there. However, what's strange, I don't know how many of you have invested time in reading the accounts of like someone from China visiting India, someone from the Middle East visiting India in ancient times, but there's accounts of this. What's fascinating is meat eating was very low. Every single person comments on this. And they, not only that, they say that it wasn't sold in the marketplace, that there were these kind of, I guess, kind of outcast, because the caste system is definitely part of it was part of it. And there were people that wouldn't come into the main city. They were hunters, and they would sell the fresh, usually venison, deer. Okay, so that's kind of conflicts with some of these translations. Is the actual account
that it is true, it is a translation from a traveler, but if certain rituals are going to be different. Rituals, if it's being practiced for thousands of years, then
it's there. The Ashwamedha, as you said, with the horses.
So that's an interesting thing. So of course,
and the Buddha clearly witnessed. He clearly witnessed some goat sacrifices that he was
Right. In fact, Buddha himself got food poisoning because he ate meat, actually. That's the thing. So what was interesting is that I was initially surprised by this, but Vedas do have cows. They actually say this body part should be done this particular way and all that. And in some Vedas and some rituals, for sure, of course, it doesn't mean you have to eat cows every day and whatnot. You're doing it for a community and all that. That meant everything and all that. That's what it means also. So like that's the other side of it also. So this actual logical, the thing was there actually. Of course, they would allow cow to do it and all that. Now, what is, I mean, we are all sacrificing ourselves anyways. We are sacrificing our time and all that for our families or whatnot. What would it mean, right? So what difference is going to be like from we sacrificing something versus the cow and all that. So you can, of course, argue compassion and all that. But the world, the moment when the structure of the world is compassion, then the corresponding quality.
There seems to be, the one thing is, it's not the argument even of compassion. Because first of all, let me say this. I don't even think most of us have the ability to digest what compassion means.
Yeah, that's so true.
I can't go around preaching compassion. Okay, that I'm not even going to attempt to do that. But I do. Okay, so like you guys have heard me say this so many times, but the whole thing about Yama or Mahakal telling Brahma that I have permission to eat everything, even you.
That's correct, yeah.
And I've eaten many of you, Brahmas, at the beginning of a creation. I've eaten many of you. Indras, I've eaten many of you. It's like laughable how many I remember eating. This is the whole thing. So death has that part of death that spans all the lokas, because everything has a time limit. So we're clearly being devoured by time. This is if you go out in nature, as I often say, you're going to see that the predator and prey, everything eats something else. Everything. And humans naturally have a conflict with laws of nature. And so when we make societies, we try to rearrange the laws of nature. I've noticed this. It might be, however, something has happened in our wiring where the cruelty, it's almost as if we have become desensitized to what we're doing. And so, regardless if the Vedic people did these sacrifices, I'm not sure we have the power, the merit, even the punya in this age to digest supporting sacrificing animals in the public. Things like we don't have, I'm not saying we're supporting it. I'm just making it clear that I also did realize that a lot of these translations, to my point about the translations, they were almost to make India look more primitive. It's just, I just want to be super careful with those kinds of things, because
so again, Yuji, I understand what you're saying, though it is true that none of us know what the real Vedas mean, right? So forget about Vedas. We have people preaching Vedanta at this point in day. They have not even read the Vedas, they not even get to the Anta of the Vedas. But having said so, certain rituals and formulations, as I said, it has its own system and all that. So you never know what energy they were capturing and all that. So, for instance, there are many cases where goat sacrifices were done and all that, and then eventually a guru would come and change that particular place with a different sacrifice and all that. In fact, I know the opposite also happening, where like Devata was initially, it was just a cattle fair that was happening in that particular place for the temple, and then they started sacrificing goats. Now the Devata became, the Sattva Guna became a Tamo Guna kind of Devata at that point. The Devata became a low quality at that point. So really it comes down to the quality of that particular Devata being worshipped actually. So Tamoguna kind of Devatas will actually require sacrifices if you're honoring that particular energy at that place. When do you need Tamoguna? When you're having tamasic kind of forces. You have people attacking you or whatnot, well, you're going to need Tamoguna at that point. So you have those Devatas also. That's why I said Bhadragali needs to be worshipped before you can even get Lakshmi also. So there is merit, there is value.
Durga temple.
Exactly right.
Yes,
exactly. Yeah. So of course,
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Yeah. So so what happens if Kshatriyas have forgotten their dharma, right? Now you have different set of problems, right? So that's the actual thing.
Kshatriya. These are not. Don't.
Exactly.
These are not. I don't know what they are, but they're not Kshatriya.
So of course you begin to see each of those classes coming down. The Brahmins become Vaishyas, Vaishyas eventually become Kshatriyas, or Brahmins become Vaishyas, Vaishyas become Brahmins become Kshatriyas, Kshatriyas eventually become Vaishyas, and then Vaishyas eventually become Shudra. Eventually everyone becomes Shudra. Right? It's a different quality in Guna and all that. So like I said, though what you said, I completely agree in the text and all that. I mean, definitely I not even read Veda. I don't even understand Veda. I have no right to speak over that myself. But having said so, energies and all that, I can really understand. I can understand certain lands having some traditions. But even tradition is different, but your lifestyle should be matching that tradition in the first place. That is a different question for sure. That is a 100% that is having thing. But 100%, I want, though it is true that eventually you are painting something, then the argument can be made same for the plants also. When you're cutting trees, grains and all that, become a typical veg versus non-vegetarian argument.
You'd
But
have
like I
to
said,
become Jane in order to like
yeah,
but
and
no,
die.
I mean,
Yeah.
the thing is, it's just more like you have to kill an entire animal. I'm not making an argument for vegetarianism. I actually want people to decide all that in their own hearts.
Yeah.
It's just for me, what it is, it's more or less like how it gets represented. And especially
that's a very important point, actually.
Especially
what you said is very important point.
Yeah, especially the indiscriminate use of things to justify. So like Charaka Samhita, definitely full of meat. It is definitely there. But does that mean I understand why Charaka did that? I can't claim to understand what he even said that in some cases, you can read it yourself, it's there. In some cases, the meat soup made from venison and ghee was all that would heal a person, when they were under attack from certain illnesses. I mean, this is all there. Even Ram, I mean, I have to say, if you read the original Sanskrit,
that's correct.
it says
he was killing deer and having meat. Why was he chasing
meat.
Marichi in the first place?
I mean, he was
right?
Kshatriya. He was a Kshatriya. So even Bhishma in the Mahabharata, and Bhishma in his section, we hear his discussion of this, which is very fascinating. I think everyone should read it, actually, because he actually talks about how meat strengthens the body and that it is a tapasya to sacrifice it. He talks about it giving you spiritual power to sacrifice it. People think it comes from Buddha. I've heard this a lot. People think that vegetarianism comes from Buddha, but actually Bhishma on his bed of arrows talks about the sacrifice, it being an actual tapasya to sacrifice having meat, especially for a Kshatriya, because it builds muscle tissue. So he actually says this. So it's all there. And when you start putting the pieces together and you see outsiders coming in, India was definitely a diverse place. But I've heard a lot of people use these things to justify
that is
very strange things. Tantra is used to, I can barely talk about it because it's used to justify so much bizarre behavior that like the behavior that's going to hurt the person. That's why. It's going to hurt.
So that I really agree with wholeheartedly in how the texts are actually taken out of context and how you use it for your own intentions and all that. That is a very easy thing to agree. 100%, all texts, whatever it be. I mean, people went and killed people in the name of Bible. Actually, how far do you want to go?
That's the worst. And actually, that text is really bad. I mean, it's really violent. It's really violent. But then getting on a moral high horse and preaching to everyone, that is very destructive on your spiritual path. Actually, it's very destructive in general, because it's not authentic. There's something very fake about that.
That is very 100%. I have seen people like that. I've met people like that, but I think that's denial. This is a very Uttara Bhadrapada point, actually. Taking words out of context or taking systems out of context, actually. 100%.
Well, that would be a lower side. Yeah, I think a deeper, the higher side would be to accept you don't know.
I think that's a very interesting point, actually, because words, perhaps certain ideas, perhaps certain practices were practiced in context within a specific lifestyle also. Mercury is the 6th lord, 6,000 routines. What is your lifestyle? So perhaps in ancient India and all that, when they were perfectly
and mistranslation.
That could also be the case. Mercury get interpreted also. I think that's a very interesting point. So how the opposite hasta, the lifestyle, your routines, is many times combined with the systems in practice in different times. Of course, you are practicing ancient lifestyle, then you might have to have an ancient kind of devata kind of thing, or god or spiritual practice also. But if you're doing an ancient practice with modern lifestyle, it might not be a perfect fit also. So that's something that
when you read like things like the Bhagavatam, how there's mention of, Narada basically, he basically gets this knowledge. I believe it is from this rishi that's got the 3 Kalagni name. I believe. It's been a while since I've read it. Forgive me. I'm probably doing some misquote right now, so someone can double check. But Narada does come to the conclusion that some form of devotion, very pure devotion, in his sutra, the Narada Bhakti Sutras, which you mentioned, he talks about what pure devotion is, and it's nearly impossible for us in this age. I mean, it's so, it's interesting, all these topics under Uttara Bhadrapada, because it is the serpent of the deep. When you think of this, words can't really touch it. Concepts aren't going to touch it. It's got to be lived. It's got to be experienced. It's actually got to be an established state of consciousness. It's not words. But maybe Buddha here having a link to the Bhadrapadas, that does show a way of like an outline, an outline here. But then you got to throw that in the trash too, because look at all these saints and masters who have become, you could say, the God realization through very unconventional means. Very unconventional means. I mean, we talked about Paramahansa Ramakrishna last time with Bhairavi Brahmani. I mean, she fed him a corpse from the smashan. He ate it. It was a piece of cooked brain. I'm just saying it as it is. I'm not going to sanitize it. We don't need to sanitize. That's another problem with translation, is too much sanitization, too much holiness. It gives a false idea of purity. So yeah, I'm definitely not saying that we should get on a moral high horse with this stuff, but as an Uttara Bhadrapada topic, it's fascinating to examine what is the unsanitized translation of that, and what was also simultaneously, what was the deeper meaning of it, because some of it's real obvious that it has got to be sacrifice. Okay, some of it's so simple. If you read the Sanskrit, mamsa is muscle tissue. There's no getting around that. That's usually not symbolic. Okay, so it's so it's
different yugas, different so different yugas, different practices, different texts, different eras, different terminology, so what is important in this day and age, you're getting lost also. That is also very true, from what was important maybe yugas ago or something. So that's also very true. But yeah, I think there's a long thing. Yeah, but go ahead, Dr. Pai. You're going to say something?
I just wanted to add something, a thought which came, which I had heard from somebody, is when these Naga sadhus go for Kumbh Mela, usually the governments or the British during that time also used to keep a track of how many people are going, because they were akhadas, which means there used to be a specific sect of people who were given the right to go first, then the second akhada, third akhada, like that. There were so many akhadas, which means sections of people who can go for their royal bath. Now, they were very surprised during the Kumbh Mela that whenever a particular akhada goes in and comes out, there would be some sadhus which would be missing when they count again. And then somebody said, many of these who are called as Naga sadhus, when their time is up, when they go into the thing, they transfer themselves into a Nag and they disappear. They don't come back in human form. Now, I have something to wonder with this Uttara Bhadrapada, where we're talking about Nagas and things and Naga sadhus. Maybe that is the exit for them to not come back in human form and to release themselves again, these are conspiracy theories, whether, if 100 people had gone, only 98 people were coming back from the
Maybe
Shahi.
two of them drowned, maybe.
Maybe, we don't know.
Can
But
be,
Some of
can
them.
be.
Akhadas believe that, see, yogis won't drown. They must have purposefully left their soul there, or their atma there, or that is a samadhi.
Jala
Some people can
samadhi.
go to samadhi, jal samadhi.
Mm.
It could be jal samadhi as well. Now, why am I talking about this? It gives me a feeling that these two nakshatras, especially the Purva and the Uttara nakshatras, if you see, amongst all the Purva and Uttara nakshatras, in Vimshotri Dasha, you see, whether it's Purva Falguni, Uttara Falguni, Purva Shada, Uttara Shada, they are Venus and Sun. But when it is Purva Bhadrapada and Uttara Bhadrapada, it is Jupiter and Saturn. Now, why I'm giving you the caution is because Purva is Brahmin caste or Varna, and Uttara is always Kshatriya. I'm given to believe if certain times during Yugas as well, did certain avatars who were Brahmins became Kshatriyas, or Kshatriyas also became took the role of a Brahmin, which means, for example, Parashuram, being a Brahmanical background, became a Kshatriya. He slayed people. Ram being born in a Kshatriya, but he did all the dharmas of a Brahmin as well. So I don't think anything was to say that you are a Kshatriya or a Brahmin. By actions you became a Brahmin. And even the Naga Sadhus also, if you think, they always carry their talwar and things. If somebody attacks them, they will also go and they will strike, because to self-protection, defense. So they are not going to say, okay, I'm going to sit with my Kamandalu and I will not fight. Why do they have their swords? They remove their swords, they remove their daggers. That is a self-defense mechanism. So a yogi can also become, to protect their dharma, they can take up the weapons as well, but that is not the actual thing. So what used to happen is the Mughals knew about a custom amongst the yogic tradition, which is called as Chaturmas, 4 months. During the Chaturmas, what the yogis have to do is they cannot touch their weapons. They have to wrap it around and stack it. Because the Guru has said, now is the time for 4 months, you have to not touch the weapons. That is when the Mughals, Aurangzeb and everybody would attack, and they would take the temples, plunder the temples, because otherwise these are servants of protection of Dharma, Sanatana Dharma. They will not just sit quiet and meditate and say, okay, you can go and plunder our temples. They will go and try to fight and to protect. There was protection. And I think this is self-defense rather than saying that you are going in offensive and attacking somebody. It's a self-defense mechanism as a human beings. So somewhere I feel this Uttara and things is more to say that it is, being a Brahmin, you can be a Kshatriya. Also, you can follow to protect your women, to protect the children of your land. Sometimes you have to lift up weapons. You cannot say that, okay, I've been attacked and I'm sitting and I'm just doing some jump and tuck. That will not save you from the enemies, right? So again, these are thoughts, and maybe, there is some connection I feel with.
That's interesting, Dr. Paiji, because it is a Kshatriya nakshatra and it is called a warrior nakshatra. I mean, Uttara Bhadrapada, for all the things we're talking about with abstract intelligence and deeper, like the mystic side, but then there is the side that is said, as a matter of fact, I don't know if it's Varahamihira or not. One of them say that, I think it is, talks about plotted revenge. It belongs to Uttara Bhadrapada. Plotted revenge. Explosive revenge he gives to Purva Bhadra, and plotted revenge.
For protection of Dharma. Vermeera said, and Hora Ratnam also talks about this.
So I actually think, this nakshatra, you will interestingly see this nakshatra show up a lot with people who have learned forms of martial arts. You will see this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Bhadrakali, actually, a lot of Kalarified martial artists worship Bhadrakali, actually. That is very true. 100%. true.
That's interesting because it is.
Yeah.
It does have that element. It is a Kshatriya nakshatra. It really, and I have seen a lot of heads of corporations, things like that. I have seen that, like in the world, I've seen people that Sandeep ji, actually, your point with understanding the structure, that I've seen this. I've seen that exact thing where the person is running multiple units, or there's somehow the stability of a large firm. Or some, because once again, we have to be careful with that Nietzsche Mercury, because it actually, I think Jaimini nailed it when he said Nietzsche Ucha, same thing. I just think if you just read that verse and you don't take it seriously, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. Like we've spoken many times before about how many athletes have the Mongol Nietzsche. So so it's a real thing. I think actually there must be an imprint of Bud on this nakshatra in that way. All the mathematicians, now Ketu likes numbers. He likes codes, actually, even though he typically is a graha of the hidden siddhis, like the things that require no intellect, you could say. He also does comprehend codes. So Jaimini Rishi, Ketu's in his Gotra. And he coded everything. So it has to have some, it's not just, when we say abstract intelligence, it doesn't mean a kind of intelligence that's without, I don't know. Sometimes when you say abstract intelligence, it's like the person has the head in the clouds, or they're a dreamer. This can definitely happen with all of Pisces, is the imaginative dreaming, this definitely has that. But I think abstract intelligence is exactly what it is. It's abstract, but it's still intelligent. And as a matter of fact, more intelligent very commonly, like Ramanujan, he, very profound, the things he would come up with, and a lot of it was code. A lot of it would be sequences, like little tricks. I don't know if you've read his notes, but he loved the play of numbers, like almost like a language. So he liked to discover all these little codes, especially with building number sequences. He has this. Yep. So some of that reminds me a bit of Jaimini. Some of it reminds me a bit of Ketu. Actually, but there's got to be that Mercury. It has to have that imprint too. So interesting.
Well, so this is what we have. I think it's bigger than a blockbuster for sure. But
4 hours and 12 minutes probably.
Okay, great. So yeah, any final words, Dr. Pai?
No, I think it was a wonderful session. For me, it was always a pleasure to come and discuss with you guys, because there are so many thoughts that go in these few hours that we're discussing. We need to have more such sessions. I think that will help us to get to the depth of understanding it. See, the more you know that you don't know anything. The more you spend time in learning, you find that the less you know. So
I say to my students, know what you know, also know what you don't know. If you think that you know what you don't know, then you don't know what you know. That's what I tell to my students. See, you should know what you know, but also you should know what you don't know. And if you think that what you know, which you don't know, then you don't know what you know.
I think he's signing it off with a K2 cryptic J. Mathematical formula of ending the session.
That's actually great, Togiji. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we should.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you.
Namaste. Namaste.